Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, I'm so much excited. It is a very big build, but I'm so much excited for what we are going to build. So in today's video, we are building a BVR or Beaver stack starter kit. We are building a starter kit that is full of functionalities that you're not going to find any video on YouTube that is actually building this. So we are building Bun plus Hono plus Vite and React, and this is a monorepo. Okay, I'm very sure you might have not come across anyone who is trying to deploy a monorepo, or you yourself, you have not deployed a monorepo, more especially deploying those monorepo on different servers. And that is what we did in today's video. So we talked about why this stack matters and how it improves our previous stack. We discussed a lot of things going off Vercel. We talked about a lot of things, and we discussed a lot of things in this video. And we went through bugs, we fixed them, more especially when it comes to deployment. If I'm to show you the deployment here, you can see that we have a lot of errors that we came very far fixing these errors to come. You have a green flag here. So it took us time fixing a lot of bugs due to the fact that it is a monorepo, but we end up actually deploying that monorepo onto different places. We have it running on Cloudflare workers, and it is also using Postgres database. You can see here, like, I'm so much excited for what we have done today, and in the next episode we'll also add in more features. So let me just show you what we did actually. So our target was, this is the target here, was to build a starter kit using this tech stack. And the tech stack is building using Bun, which is a faster runtime, using Hono as a backend, and using React with TanStack Router on the front end, and both of them are a monorepo. And we went ahead and started the project. We learned all the basics of using this starter, of using this stack. Went ahead and added a lot of things on the front end and on the back end. So the things we managed to add, we added Prisma, okay, and Postgres database. So these we managed to add them. We did not add in authentication. This is going to be in the next episode. And roles. We managed to do some CRUD functionalities. We added docs by Scalar. We did not add in data tables, but we actually deployed also on Cloudflare and Netlify. Okay, I did not want to deploy on the same server. I wanted to actually deploy on different servers. So right now, let me just show you the demo. So we have the front end, which is actually hosted on Netlify, and we have also this project also on GitHub. So if I just go to GitHub, you will see that we have this project actually on GitHub as a monorepo. You can see this, and you can see it has table.json, and it has our apps, the client and the server plus the shared. And we went ahead and deployed this on Netlify. So if you click on view products, you can see we have this products page. You can view the detailed page of the product, and you can see how extremely it is fast. And we can also add in actually a new product. So let me just go on Jumia, and I just want to go ahead and add in a new product. Let's just go maybe this phone. So it is Samsung Galaxy. So I will just go ahead and copy this, So when you go back here and you click on add new product, you can add this, and then you can just go ahead and add a description. We can just go ahead and add the price, let's say 100, stock, let's say 10, category, let's add electronics, and the image. So we did not add an image upload. We'll bring image upload in the next episode. So just going to copy here and just add this, and let's go ahead and create. So this creates a product. You can see this product has been created here. So if you just go back to products, you said we have the phone here that we have just added. This is really nice. Now when you go to the API, so this is the front end which is running on React and TanStack Router. So when you just go to the API, which is, you can see it from Cloudflare. So if I just go ahead and refresh, you're going to set the requests. It shows us the requests and everything. Okay, so you can see the requests have increased 73, and you can click visit. So we worked on to this. Never mind about the home page, but you don't know how it took us to actually add in this. But if I just click on view documentation, you said we have the Scalar docs here, and we have the API endpoints where you can just go ahead, and we added Scalar from scratch, which was really adding it in this stack wasn't easy. And then we have the create endpoint and get single endpoint. So if I just go here like this, you can just go ahead and maybe we first get the ID. So you can just go back to these all products and just get this ID. So if you just go ahead and get single product and you test this, go in here, add value, and you can just go ahead and find this this product. So you can see the API is extremely fast, and it is running on Cloudflare workers and is serving our TanStack router. So this is what we covered in today's video. If you look at the app, it is having, it is for the first time to work with the Monorepo extensively and learning a lot of stuff. Adding Prisma wasn't easy, and all these settings, making sure that everything is communicating, was really nice. We used also the React query for data fetching on the front end, and I'm just loving how this came out. So if you are so much excited and you want to get started, let's dive in and get started. Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. So in today's video we are going to look at the Beaver stack, and the Beaver stack in full is Bun, Hono, Vite and React. And we are going to first understand why would you want to go to the Beaver stack. I know most people have moved through a lot of JavaScript frameworks. It is a stack, it's not even a framework, just like a set of tools and put together for better usage. I'm going to discuss everything that convinced me and my team to give at least this stack a try, and why would you actually be interested in switching to using this stack. So let's start with the first thing that we are all used with, the runtime. So there is, if you want to understand this, there is a video I saw on Next.js. You can just type in Next.js at the speed of Bun. There is this talk. I watched this. You can just go ahead and watch this video of this lady explaining what Bun has. Why would you want to give Bun a try? And if you compare the benchmarks of Bun with Node, so if I just go here on Bun, and you look at the benchmarks between like Bun and Node.js, you will understand that Bun is more faster than using Node.js. Bun is not only just a runtime, but is also a package manager. That means we can now use Bunx, Bun install, and all those things. And after testing and having the development experience with it, I really see that we need to upgrade our runtime from Node.js to moving to Bun. And I know that those fans who really want to remain on PNPM, want to remain on NPX. I remember people never used to want to move from NPM. We moved to Yarn, now to PNPM. And right now, we're going to be moving to Bun and using everything Bunx. Now, to give you some statistics, it is more faster than Node.js, but on the as a package manager, it is four times faster than PNPM. So you can see that it is actually really fast. So you can just go ahead and read. They have a lot of benchmarks. They have you can just go ahead and dive in, and also you could just go ahead and look at the use cases. It is built on Ziggy, and you can just go ahead and read more about it and see if something that you can try. But after the experience with it, I'm just happy to say that we need to move from our runtime to move it to Node.js. You can just watch this talk, as I've said, by this lady. I think I will leave a link. For this talk. It was really a nice talk. The second one I'm just going to talk about is going to be using Vite and React instead of using Next.js. Okay, so as a Next.js fan who have used Next.js and made a lot of money with more projects built on Next.js, I don't know how many projects I have, but just know they exceed like 100 built on top of Next.js. So really, I'm a fan of Next.js, and today I'm coming to give you that we are trying something new, and I have the reasons why I'm trying this. Now, when you're building it with Next.js, as we all know, the deployment, you are going to end up deploying your project on Vercel. Okay, let me just scroll up here. I'm just going to say here. So when you do your Next.js project, you will end hosting this on Vercel. Now, actually, this would not be having any problem. Okay, this has no problem because Vercel is a very big company, and really you are not worried that they are going to close the next day. The company is going to shut down and the project will have issues. The problem is that when you deploy on Vercel, you will depend now first of all on all the tools that Vercel give. For example, if you're just using analytics, you'll find that you're going to use Vercel analytics. And then you will find that you have, of course, images optimization by also Vercel. You know, you have the image optimization. You find that you have a lot of things you're using at Vercel. So the first thing is that some of these things that the cost of this will quickly start becoming much. Okay, like if you're just using at the project is growing, you might just have these, or even don't know how it feels to set them up on a VPS or outside, how to configure them, because here they are actually already configured. You don't need to configure anything right now. For Vercel Analytics, you can even install them from dashboard. Image optimization comes with Next.js. So you find that you don't know how to do this outside a Next.js project. So so here, skill wise, you don't know how to set this. If someone gave you a project to set this outside. The second thing is that, and which is the most that has really scared me off Vercel, is when you grow as a developer, you'll find that now you have a team. Okay, you have a team, and at the beginning this you are a solo person, because if I'm to show you on my Vercel, so first of all, because of the many projects I have, I exhausted my free plan. So you can see that I was using the hobby plan, and I couldn't add any more projects on the hobby plan. Okay, so then I created the this is hub plan, and this is where all it is a pro plan. So this is where all my projects are all currently hosted on the pro plan. Okay, so the problem is that when you have a team, you actually want to give them, because when you deploy a project, like let's say they're working on this project and there is errors on this project, you want them to go ahead and look at, for example, logs, to go and they do this. You're not going to be there for every project that you have, and you keep on just like being there all the time to see what errors they get, you know. So you have to give them to invite the team members. Now, when you invite a person, a team member on Vercel, this is when you actually start getting that things are not actually easy. For every member you add is $20. So it is 20 per member, okay, per month. Okay, this is the cost they will charge you. So last month I had 4 of my team members. I had 4 of my team members, and this was times 20, which is 80, then plus 20 for being on pro, which brought 100. Now plus me, and the bill actually shoot, so it was 80, and then plus like about 30. So the bill that I paid for this month, I paid about $110, and this is very scary. I cannot maintain this for now. I paid the bill off, but this is really expensive. Okay, so you would want to explore other places, like setting up a VPS, and you might not end up paying this 100. You might just get a server of 80, and you have all your members invited, or even 50 or 40, because the VPS start at $20. Let's say you buy a powerful one at maybe $40 or $50. You will you will still save a lot, and you invite all your team members. So I revoked all my team members, backed only one, so we are now only 2 here, and that is still already $40. And that one shows you that you start at this time thinking of other alternatives and moving to other places. So guys, do not overlook this. Okay, so the first thing is that we'd want to build, for example, with another reason before we move to this one is that in most of the projects that we are currently building, you find that we're using, for example, we are using Hono as the backend. So we are using Hono backend. So you have a Hono backend, and you're using Next.js as a front end only. So when you're using Next.js as the front end, we are not even benefiting from caching, because everything to do with data, we are using TanStack Query or React Query. So Next.js is typically being used as a front end. The only thing that you are getting there is the file-based routing. That is the one thing that you are getting from Next.js. File-based routing, that is something you are used with and something you have been doing all the time. How to get params, how to do what. So, you know, that's the benefit. And maybe the server-side rendering. But now, since we are using React Query, where most of the things are being rendered, client-side rendered. So you ask yourself now, Next.js is actually working as a front end, and there is React itself, and then there is TanStack Router that can actually do file-based routing. And that is what, when I read about this stack, this resonated with me. First of all, you will deploy this to any place. You will deploy it to VPS, you will deploy it on Ray, you will deploy this on Orbiter and all other places to deploy this. And third, wanted to move something called Monorepo. Now, and this is where you get all these advantages, the Monorepo architecture. Let me talk about the Monorepo for a bit. I know some people have their reasons about the Monorepo, why they don't like the Monorepo. But one thing I want to tell you that about the Monorepo. Now, if more especially you are a solo developer, the Monorepo doesn't make sense. Okay, if you are just like one single person building your apps, the Monorepo doesn't make sense. But the fact that you get a team and you have 5 people working on the same project, or even 6 people. Let's say we are building this app called Smart App here. Now what happens is that this app, one app can have a lot of apps. Let me first show you. So this Smart App, okay, you start with the main site. So you build the main site. Let's say this is a SaaS project. It has the main site. Then you have the API. Okay. And now what comes, you want to create a documentation for this Smart App, explaining how to use the API, the documentation and all that. So you want to build a documentation site. Then you find that you want to separate now the dashboard from the marketing pages. So here maybe you had added both of them. So here you want to divide this into the dashboard, which is the main app, and then you find that you now want also to have the marketing pages. So marketing pages is going to be also its own app. Okay, you have seen most of the projects when you click on sign in. Let me give you an example. So when you go to DAB, here, dab.co, this is a link shortener. So when you go to this dab.co, this is the marketing site. Okay, when you go to this, you see that all the pages they have here, these are all marketing pages. So when you click on the careers, you can see dab.co careers. So all these are like, when you click on the customers, dab.co customers. So this is the main site. Sorry, this is the marketing pages. All these pages are just like client side rendered. Now when you go to login, just go and try to log in. Now before you even log in, you see that already we have changed now. we are on app.dab.co. So this is entirely a different app. Okay, so this is the second app right now. So let me try to go back to the original one and I show you. So that is the marketing site. Now this one is if I continue and log in, okay, if I continue and log in inside here, so all these pages you are seeing here, this is the dashboard app I was talking about. So this is the dashboard app, which is actually the main app with the actual functionalities. Then they have the API, which is actually providing this dashboard with data. Then they have the marketing pages, which is this site that you are seeing here. Now when you go, actually you go to DAB API, I just want to, yes. So when you go to this API where you can see documentation, I think here. So when you click on docs, okay, so actually for these ones they added the documentation, they left it here. But some companies you find that even the documentation is actually a different app. Okay, so you find that you have a lot of apps that you have. Okay, you have a lot of apps. So for example, right now we have 4 apps, 1 2 3 4. So if you're not using a monorepo, what you will do is this will be 4 different GitHub projects. You'll have this on its own GitHub, this on its own GitHub, the docs on its own GitHub, and marketing page as on its own GitHub. When all these ones are making up one project, but you have them in a different, you have them in different. So when you are employing new members, bring them on the team, it means you are going to send this, okay, you are going to go ahead and send invite this member into 5 or 4 repos for a single project. So that means if you are in a 10, that means for every one project you find that you have about 4 GitHub projects. So it means like if this person you are inviting him in 5 repos, he will end up with 20 GitHub projects that you are adding him in, when actually it is 5 projects. And this is highly not acceptable. Now to give you an example why this is very important and companies do not do this, they always stick to using a monorepo, at least most of the companies. Let me give you an example. You can just go to, let me start with the so let's first go to Turbo repo. So when you go Turbo repo, just click and show on showcase who is using the Turbo repo. So these are all these companies you see here. Vercel, AWS, Microsoft, all these big companies, they cannot afford to have a project which is not using a monorepo, because managing developers will be a disaster. So this is the reason why we need to get into using the monorepo architecture. And this has already happened to me, and I'm already so much fed up, whereby you create a project and you are inviting all your members in them, and you are having these multiple GitHub that you are sending them for one single project, and it is so much bad that I don't like it. So the monorepo is a way to go as you continue. Now when you go to the docs, they actually talk about the monorepo problem here. You can just go ahead and read about this before you go into this. But my friend, the monorepo architecture is good, and that's why the BVR, this Beaver stack, comes when this is actually a monorepo. So by default, this is actually a monorepo, meaning that you can add as many apps as you want. It comes already with the Hono backend with the React front end, but this is already a monorepo, which I like. And now one of the advantages with the monorepo, as you see now, if you're using a monorepo like this, you can share things like, for example, the types. How many times you create types on the front end, or you create them at the back end, and you wish that all the types you have at the back end, you could have them on the front end. All the times when you are creating all those types, it is so much scary that you would want to actually do that. So that is the third point. Then another point is end-to-end type safety that comes with RPC. Now, those who don't know what RPC is, you can just go ahead and search Hono RPC. Okay, you can just search Hono RPC, and you said RPC feature allows sharing of API specifications between the server and the client, and this is what was happening with actually TRPC. And the TRPC became very popular because of this, having the types at the back end passed to the front end. More especially if you are using TypeScript at both sides, this is when it is at its best. Okay, so it is why you find that your backend server gives you the API specification for all the endpoints. First of all, it tells you all the existing endpoints that are there and all the types that those endpoints are allowing. So that is really a big thing. Now, someone was actually on my team as I was explaining this stack to them. He asked me a valid question. It was like, isn't that actually coupling? Because I've always told people that never and never couple your client side and couple it to the server side. Okay, do not do that. You can also watch, there is a video by, I think, called Demon, it's called Ultimate Way for Building Backends. I think it must be this. Yes, it is here. You can just go ahead and also watch this video by Mehul, the owner of this code dam. I don't know if that's how they pronounce this, code dam, but I liked this video. He was explaining his senior dev, I believe. He has a lot of SaaS which are successful. I always follow him. So you can just go ahead, and he produced this video about 1 day ago, and I watched this, and he was talking about the ultimate guide to building backends. And one thing that he talked about is one thing that I've always said from the beginning, to avoid coupling your server and the client to be in the same app. Okay, so someone was asking me, so if we couple like the TypeScript, the types, like the backend has the same types with the front end, they are all sharing, isn't that actually tight coupling your front end and the back end? So what you should know is that the types are actually not either on the client or they are not on the server. We are not actually getting these types from the client saying that import type from client or import type from server. We are not doing that. This is its own app. This is its own app, and its purpose is actually to do types. So when you're writing your types, you actually write them here, and then you import them on the client and import them on the server. And even if now I want to use a new server, let's say I want to use Golang on the backend, not Hono, the client will still communicate with this and will use types. Whichever language you are using here, it will have its own type definitions, but then this is not tightly coupled. Changing the back end here does not break the front end, or changing the front end does not break the back end. So they are not tightly coupled in any way. This is entirely on its own. Okay, so there's no tight coupling in here. Even when they're in a monorepo, you can deploy the server alone, you can deploy the client alone, and you can also have this the types. Of course, this one is not just build them, put them. You can just like put them with the client or something. But the types here, they are not just typed coupled in any way. Okay, so that is cleared. And we talked about for the routing, we are going to stick TanStack Router for file-based routing. Now, at this point, I just want us, we have talked about a lot of theory and convincing you that this stack is good enough. Now, I want to take it to the next level whereby we build a starter kit that we can use in all other projects. Now, most people have seen talking about this stack. Of course, they are not going into deeper, like adding authentication, database and all that. And this is the hard part, by the way. Most people bring in a stack and the guy does a very basic application like of fetching the API. Actually, we need to add also on the API. So here, just going to do CRUD API, by also adding docs by Scalar. Okay, I would just want to try to do this. So this is going to be a longer video, and I might not make the parts. I'm just going to try to create this until whichever time it is going to take, whether 5 hours or 6, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and try to build the stack because I want us to start using this. We deploy on other platforms where you can invite my team members, and we are not having the crazy bills from Vercel. So at this point in time, allow me we get started. So the first thing that you're going to get started with is actually installing Bun. Okay, we are going to start with installing Bun. So you can just go ahead and copy this command, install Bun. You need to go ahead and copy this command and open your PowerShell. If you are on Linux and Mac, they have put what to do here. If you are on Windows, this is our command. I'm using currently right now Windows. You can just go ahead and copy this command, and then you can just go ahead and open PowerShell, or you can open terminal, or you can open the this, probably just open this and just go ahead. You can see we are in C here. Just go ahead and paste PowerShell Bun like this, and you can just go ahead and run this. Now I have already installed Bun, so just go ahead and install this, and this is going to go ahead and start the installation process. And after a few seconds or 1 minute, I don't know how long it will take you, depending on how fast your internet is going to go ahead and install Bun. So after the installation, you can go ahead and restart your terminal. So you can say get started, restart your terminal, then type Bun. So you can go ahead and exit this and again open it. Just going to say PowerShell. So you can just go ahead and open this, and you can just actually test by saying Bun -- version, and this should just show you 1.34, and you're just going to go ahead and now create a Beaver project using that. So I'm just going to switch now to BHVR. So this is the stack here. So you can see a Beaver, Bun Hono Vite and React. So you can just click either this command. This is the command we need, Bun create at latest, and I can just go ahead and open my, I'm just going to go to just going to go here, YouTube builds. I will look for Bun. So inside here is where I'm just going to create my project. So I'm just going to open terminal. So I'm just going to open the terminal like this. I'm just going to turn in Bun create BVR at latest, and you can just go ahead and enter. And sorry, and this is going to bring you what is the name of your project. So I'm just going to call BHVR starter kit, starter kit, just like this. And then they ask you to select the template. So the default template which has Bun Hono Vite and React. So there is one which has Tailwind, and there is one which has Shard CN. So just going to go with the one which has Shard installed. And then they ask you, do you want to use the RPC for type safety API communication? We looked at that and we said yes. So I'm just going to select yes. And do you want to use the ESLint? I'm just going to go with ESLint. You could just go with Biome. You could just come here and you type in the difference between Biome and ESLint. They are all linting tools, but you could just come here and say Biome is newer, Rust-based toolchain offering lightning fast, all-in-one linting and formatting with simple config, while ESLint is a mature, highly customizable plugin-driven linter requiring separate integration for formatting like prettier, but boosting a massive ecosystem and deep technical support. The main difference, Biome prioritizes speed, integration, and format and what you need. So it seems like Biome is performance-wise is better. So I'm just going to go with Biome. So just going to go ahead and select Biome. And then here we select the client router. So just going to go with TanStack Router here. And then would you like to enable TanStack Query for data fetching? Of course, we want to use React Query for data fetching. And this is going to go ahead and start setting up. So basically this is not a framework in any way. This is putting together all the tools that you want in one place, and you set up to work together nicely. So really, I really like this. Okay, I really like this. So I'm just going to wait for a minute, and I'll be back when this is done. Okay, so after a few, about like I think 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes, you can see it is asking me, do you want to initialize a Git repository, which I'm just going to say yes. And do you want to install dependencies? I'm also going to say yes. And this is going to go ahead and start installing the dependencies using Bun. And you can see here they say that the next steps is CD into the Bun or the BHVR starter kit. So I'm just going to say CD into this, and I'm just going to go ahead and run code dot to open this project in VS Code. So right away, before we run the dev command, is that you can see with the project structure, we have our client, which is having the React application. We have the server, which is having the API, and we have the shared, which is holding all the types. And then it has the package JSON, which you can see it is having the app. So if you have to create another app, just go ahead and create another app and add it here. Then it has the scripts, the dev, and all this. And you can see it is using Turbo repo. You can see turbo.json. That means it is using Turbo repo. Now, when we start this, I just want to show you that we have one issue. Let me just go and start. I don't know. I think they will fix it in the upcoming versions. But there is one glitch that is there that we are going to fix. So if you just go ahead and say, for example, Bun run dev. So this goes ahead and starts the server, the client, the server, and the shared. But now you see that you get this problem. Bun watch run index and TSC watch error, failed to run script dev due to error in this. So the script that has a problem is actually, it took me time to fix this. I'd used another thing. I used the concurrency, but afterwards I fixed it while representing to the team. So you just go to the server and you go in the package.json. So the error is coming by running this dev because of this and. So this in programming we know that is meaning that run this script, and when you finish run this, and the and is not this and, it is actually the double and, just like this, meaning that when you finish this run this and this and this. Okay, so now when you fix only this, you go ahead and just run again. I'm just going to say clear. So here say run run dev, and you can see that now right now everything is working nicely. The server is running at localhost 3000. Then move using the arrows. Someone was trying to click here, it will not click. Move using the arrows, so you can move to the server and you can also move to the shared. So these are the three projects that are being run right now. So to see these, you can just go in the browser. So you can just go ahead and go to the server and click on this localhost 3000. We can just say go that one, and we type in localhost 3000, and you can see it gives us hello Hono. And let's go to the client. The client is running on localhost 513. So if I click in it, it goes ahead and opens this. Okay, so this is our nice home page. Okay, this is our nice home page. You can click on Call API and you see that the API is actually responding. So this is a normal setup. So I'm just going to move around and show you how we can create the endpoints and start actually adding some of the features we want. I'm also going to initialize this on GitHub as a repository as we are working in adding in the features. I will be pushing to GitHub. So the first thing I just want to do is let me just go to the GitHub, and I'm just going to create this as a project and I push it. So I'm just going to go to my GitHub and I'm just going to go new, and you can just click on new. I'm just going to call this Beaver starter kit, just like this, Beaver starter kit. This is a starter kit for Hono and React Monorepo. Of course, I'm not going to make this public. I'm just going to make it private, and just go ahead and create the repository. And let's go ahead and get these. So I'll just copy those ones like this. I will open a new terminal. Since we have already initialized this, I hope we have a git .gitignore, which is having all these things here. So I'm just going to go ahead and say git add dot and git. So I'll just add git add dot, and then I will also add this. I'm just going to clear. Let me go back. I just want to copy from git commit. Okay, so just want to copy this git commit first commit, and I'm just going to push this. Okay, so this is already here. Okay, we'll customize this, but you can see you get also even the starter, everything is looking nice. Okay, so we have pushed this to GitHub. Now in the first challenge, or in the first learning, I'm just going to go back here. So I've prepared a V0 starter project that we are going to use for learning about how to. So we'll first learn before we go into the building all these features we have here. The first thing is to learn if we can create a new endpoint, and then we can fetch data from this endpoint. Here we can define shared types. Then we can also understand the RPC more, which is going to give us the client. So that's the first thing, and we're just going to use this to build a simple product listing. So just going to use that project to understand at least some of the core concepts. Can we create new endpoints? Can we define shell types? Can we use this? Can we fetch data? Can we also explore the FIDO-based routing with TanStack Router? Okay, so I will share this Vercel project. Basically, let me see on the side here, recent charts, and this is the one. So this is, I will leave this link in the description. I will leave this link in the description so that you guys can access this. This is already live. So basically this is doing is that it has a list of products. When I click on this, it goes on the detailed page. It has also a form, like a form page like this. So we're just going to, when we reach, of course, in creating database, we'll see if we can actually do this. Okay, so I'm just going to click on back, and I'm just going to go ahead and start adding these in our project. So the first thing is I'm just going to go to this, look at the code, and the most important part first is the types. Okay, so where do we define our types? If we explore the server right now, if I go to the server, you go to source, you go to index. So here, this is the RPC client. You can see this is the RPC client. You can see HC from Hono client, and we get the whole type of the whole entire app. It is what we create this, and we go ahead and export this client, and the front end is going to be using it. So if you go to the index, this has the cause, has the endpoint, this which is the one that you see here, here. So if I just go ahead and change this, let's say c.json, and then in here I pass in a JSON of message, hello hello world. Let's just do this. So I can do this, and when you go back and refresh, you see that you have this. So this is the endpoint. Then you have another one which is /hello. So when you just go on slash, hello. Instead you get this hello BVR success true. So we have these two endpoints, and if you look at this endpoint here, it has these types: API response. Now when you look at where this API response is coming from shared dist. Now if you look at where that shared dist is from, is in here. So this is the distributed or the build out. So whenever you write the types inside the source index here, this is where you write your types. They will build them, they run, they build, and they push them here. So the front end and the server, they will be picking in from here. Okay, so that is the purpose of these types. So we'll start by putting our own types. So you can just go ahead and copy not cut, just simply copy this, and let's go ahead and define the types here. So you put all our types in here, in this. What I know, we can also, I think, divide them like in product.ts and all that, and then we import them here, because you can say that we are exporting these. So you can put them in different files, and then you come and import them here. But it's something we can do later. So let me just like put my product here. And when you save, this should just be now accessible when I go back to, for example, to the server. So if I go back to source, I go to index, and you can just go here and I say the product, and you can say the product is now coming from shared dist already. Okay, so they have it auto compiled. When you create it, they compile it from there. So the second thing, we're going to have this mock data, and this is going to be, of course, at the server for now. So copy the mock data, and let's go to our server. Inside the source, you can just create a new folder, and you can just say dummy data, and then inside here you have data.ts, and inside here you can just go ahead and do this. Maybe you can actually just name this. Maybe you have dummy data for products categories. You can just say products, and I have all these dummy. Let's import this product since we know it is defined in the shared. So just going to go here and import, and you can see now this is nice. Then let's go ahead and create an endpoint in the index. Of course, we will separate and we create the routes folder for our all routes. Okay, so let me just go here and add another route. I will just go ahead and duplicate this, and let's say slash products. You can remove this slash products async, and here the data we have, we might not need even do this, but if you wanted, you could get the data which is products. I'm going to remove this, and here I will just say it was, I think, called, was it dummy? Let me see what it was called. It is mock products. So we can just import mock products like this, and we give this of 200. So if I just go back to the API and I go to slash products, I should see an array of all our products, which is nice. Okay, so this is good. So far we have created an endpoint. So we want to consume this endpoint at the client. So if I just minimize client server and shared, I go back to my client, and in the client, this is where we have the source, and we have routes and index.tsx. This is where we have actually our index page, which is this one. So if I can just go here, and I'm just going to add here welcome like this. You see that this is welcome here. So this is the place that we want to, of course, render our products. But before that, when you click on call API, you see it is invoking this API and giving us the message. So if you come to the button, you can see there is this send request, and when you click on send request, you can see it is a mutate, and what it's doing is await client.hero.get. so this is how we use the client. And what is the client? The client, you first define the server URL, which is the endpoint where your server is running. So you can just import from the env. We haven't created the env, but we'll finally create it. And right now we're just using localhost 3000, and then we get this HC with type. Now when you look at this HC, where it is coming from, this is the HC, and it is coming from server dist client. So when you build the server is building this. Like you can see, this is a built output. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create a page to display the products. So the first thing is we create a page. So creating a new page here, I'm just going to use file-based routing. I'm going to create a folder called products, and inside it I'm just going to create index.tsx, index.tsx, and this automatically creates this route like this. Okay, now it means I can visit this page. If I want to do that, I can just go back here on the this, and I can just go to where we have this text, welcome to Beaver. Down here you can just change this to a link tag. So let me change this to a link, and this link comes from TanStack React Router, and then you say to, and then you can now do control space, and it gives you all the existing routes that you have here. So the routes are type safe. Now we can put /products, and then I can just come here and I say visit, or I'm just going to say view products. I can also add a class name of padding y of 3. And let's go back, and you can see here we have view products. When I click, we go to the products page. So that's how you navigate using the link. So moving forward, we want to build this page to have the products. So we're just going to have, of course, our components folder is already here. And in these components, I'm just going to build our product listing and the product card. Actually, we just need the product card. The product card.tsx, like so. So let's go back in this, and let's get the app, and in fact go to components, and you see that we have two components, the header and the product card. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's go ahead and add the product card. So you see that we're having a lot of things we need to fix. We have, for example, the image component, then we have the next link. We have to remove these ones. I'm going to start with installing the components, the shared CN components. So on my second terminal here, I'm just going to first of all cd into client. Now when you just actually go into client, what did I do? Clear this. cd client. Okay, so I'm right now into starter kit client. Now if you just go in the client, this is its own entire app which has its own package.json. So if you look at this, it has package.json, and it has all the things that you're supposed to use, the tailwind and what. So if you want to install anything in the in here, we can enter inside here and we add it inside here. You can see even the tailwind, all these things are all in here. So I'm just going to go inside on shared CN like this. Okay, I will just go to adding components. So if you just go ahead and see how you install this, you with Bun, you said you use Bun X -- Bun shared CN at latest add something. So I'm just going to copy this command, go on the terminal. Okay, let me just add again. So we don't want to add the table right now. What we want to add is going to be the badge. So we want to add the badge, and we also want to add the CRUD. Just those two. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and wait for a second for this to finish the installation. Meanwhile, we just need to replace this. Let me start with the image. So remove the image and go here on image and replace it with IMG. In the future, we'll build our own optimized IMG component, or we can actually build the images with Sharp, optimize them with Sharp at the back end. Okay, so we have the product.image and then the placeholder. So I'm just going to leave the image like this. Then the second one is link. Just go ahead and remove the link. And then here, instead of this href, I'm just going to use 2. Now for now, let's first leave this to go to products, not to get this error. We'll discuss about that. But let me just leave to /products. Let me just do this. Okay, dot space. Oh, let's first import the link first from TanStack Router, and then here when you say dot space, let's first of all leave the link to this, okay, until we create that page. So we have 3 errors right now. I'm just going to save. Let's go and see what's going on down here. I'm not sure what happened with our installation. If you go to components UI, we don't have them. What's going on? I don't know what the error it brought. Let's go ahead and see maybe the error. I'm just going to go. So we have also the product type here. So we're just going to also import the type, because we know this is going to come from shared. So having a weird experience installing that. Let me just go ahead and maybe just give it. It's going to add them. Let me just leave it. So just first go ahead and import this product. So you can see like the auto import at the client is not good. Okay. If I just go to routes and I go to index, oh, so you can see it is now actually adding to the registry. So if you just go back here and you look in the index, you can see they go the types for the response here. Type of this get, they have the response type. They got it from the client.hero.get, the return type of this, but we can actually import the types from directly from the server. So I'm just going to go back to the product here. and you can see that our card and the badge has installed. So be patient, don't stop the process, just be patient. So we can just go ahead and import this from, I think it is shared dist, like so. I'm just going to import this from shared dist, and you can see our product is well known, and you can see that everything is now good. So the next thing is now fetching from that endpoint, because now when you go to page or the products page where we have the page here, you can see that we have the header. Let's create also the header. I'm just going to copy this header, go back. Let me just go back the components, create the header, .tsx, and let's add this. So basically this one is using the link. I'm just going to remove the link, and let's replace it with the link from TanStack, and this one changes to 2, even this 2. So wherever there is href, replace it with 2, like that. Okay, so we don't have, this is not yet created, that's why you see that is saying that this page does not exist. Okay, for now let's just leave it to go to slash products, just like this. We'll just fix this later. So now if you go to creating the page, if I just go to page, we can just go ahead and copy this, and let's go to the products page. Let's go to products page, route products, and in here I'm just going to go to where we have this return. So if you just look at this, we simply need this div. I'm just going to go and return here, like so. Okay, so just go ahead and import the header, and also let's import the products. Sorry, not the mock products. So we need to fetch the actual products now from the API. So we want to use React Query for data fetching, which is already installed. The React Query is already installed, comes with the installation we made. So we already have React Query, and it's what we want to use. So I'm just going to go ahead and create in the source, I'm just going to create a hooks folder, and this hooks folder is one which is going to hold all the data fetching and all that. So I'm just going to start with use products, just like this, .ts, and in here we're just going to have where we have our functions, which communicate with the API, which communicates with the API. And then down here we're just going to have the actual hooks using the functions. Okay, using the functions. So if you just go back to how the fetch is working, I'm just going to go to the index page. Not products index page here. You can see that there are two things you want. In fact, there is one thing you need, which is a client. So instead of importing the client in every page, I'm just going to go ahead and add this client where we can actually get it. So I'm just going to cut it, go in the lib, and inside the lib I'm just going to create client, client.ts, and I will paste this. So we can just go ahead and export our client. We get the server here, and then we can also just go and get this. So if I go back to the index, I can just go ahead and define this client here, like that. Yeah, just going to define from client. Now we have the client. So let's go ahead and define our in the use product. Let's start with the functions we talk about. So just going to have like async function, okay, and we have, for example, get products or fetch products, just like this. This doesn't take in anything, and we can just go ahead and try to do things here. We can even do a try catch in here, but right now let me just say const. I'm just going to say const response is equal to await. Okay, now await, this is why we use the client. Okay, dot, and you can see on the client we have the index, we have also the product. So it shows you the endpoints that you have. We have the hero, index, and the products. So we want the client and dot, and you can see that this endpoint of products has only two, which is dot get, the get. So I'm just going to say get like that, and then we just go ahead and say const data is going to be equal to await response dot JSON, of course, just like this. And of course we want to go ahead and return the data, so you have to end up returning data. So this, if you look at this function here, is returning a promise of this, and I want to write it clearly. A first plug in here. Okay, so you can just go ahead and say that this returns here, and you say this returns a promise of product array. So you can just say product, it is product array, like so. Now I think this is supposed to be shared list. I'm not sure why it was giving us shared. So we have this, which is returning this promise. So now when you just come here and we say const, in fact, export function use products, just like this, is going to say return, and we just want to return use query from TanStack, and in here we pass in the query key, which is going to be products, and then here we pass in the query function, which in this case is the fetch products, like this. And now we can just go ahead and add in, we go this side. So I'm just going to go back here. I'm just going to say create for me the products loading skeleton. So you just have the loading skeleton, the products maybe just say products fail to fetch error component. So I need the error component, just like this, to add them here. So we can now, after creating our query key, we have the fetch, we have also the use product. Now we can just go to our page, which is in the products index. So in here is where we can go ahead and fetch using the other query. So inside here I can just say const, and then I have things here from use products, just like this. And in the use product, we can just first of all get data, which we can rename it to products, and we just by default give it empty array. Then we get the error, and then we get also is loading, like this. And we can also just say that we can just also get I think it's called refetch. We can just get refetch like this. Okay, so now if we have this and on the error component I would want to have a button for try again, which is nice. So I'm just going to go here and I bring in all these components. So we have the skeleton. Just going to go ahead and sorry, I don't want to download, I simply want to copy this. So I'm just going to go back to components, and I'm just going to have the, what's this? This was product. Let's see how they named this. Product skeleton. Is that like the product skeleton? .tsx. So if you look at this, CRUD, and then you have products loading skeleton, this is what we want. And then another one is the product error. So just going to copy this product error. Just go ahead and just say product error .tsx, and let's just add this. And you can find all these components on the link I'm just going to provide you. So first of all, make sure we don't have anything. So on retry is a function which returns void, which should work for us. If there is no message, we're going to leave this one. Please try again. And I'm just going to go to where we have the index, and now we can just write our if statement. So we start with if is loading. So if it's loading, want to return the product, just do this, the product skeleton, no, product loading skeleton, just like this, if it is loading. And if there is error, so you can just say if, okay, we could just say if products dot length is equal to 0, okay, if the products is equal to 0, we could just actually go ahead and display here. Can first leave that one. We just say if we started with just say if error. Okay, if error, sorry, so just going to return the product error. And the product error can either take in, if you just look at this, all these ones are not required. And we could pass in the on try, because you can see on click takes in on try. So I can just go ahead and pass in the refresh. So just say on retry, and we pass in the refetch. Okay. And then finally, if the products are there, So we could just come here and we go and check one thing. We could check if the product's length we could just come here and say if products dot length is equal to 0, and then we can just say and let me say and then we can show some UI here, and we can just say put either. So here we could just say create also a no products card. So let's say here we just say create no create the no products component to display if there are no any products. So you could also have the product empty or product something that we can also render here. Just I try to show you the components that you may actually be needing to create a complete page. Sometimes we don't actually just always do that, but we always just want to have this no products. Okay, just going to go here and I just want to see the no products. Let me just wait for a second. Okay, so we have this no products. Just going to copy this, and let's say in the components, let's create no products .tsx like so, and let's remove this link. This link is taking us to create. Okay, so we can just change this to 2, and for now let's just go ahead and leave that. Maybe we could just like create that link. Okay, products create, so you can just go ahead and create that page. Inside the products, you can just create another folder of create, and then inside the create you just create a new file which is index.tsx. So this one creates products create, and now we can link this from no products any place. How did I create this file? No products. Okay, so this now can just go link to create like so. Okay, that's good. So if you just come back here, if the product links is this, we can just actually bring the no products. So you just say here no products like this. And if the product length is, so here if we say products dot length, okay, is greater than 0, okay, is greater than 0, then products dot map, we map like this. So would want to go to this page. So let me go back here and this. So you can see like if I just go back on the home page, we are here back on the home page. If I click to view products, you can see right now it has already cached. Even if I refresh the page, we are not seeing our nice loading spinner, but we have all our products. Now to see our components, we could just intentionally go back to the API. So you could just go to the server here, and let's return let's go to the mock data And for now, let me just temporarily cut everything, and let's return an empty array like this. Okay, so this is our products, and then we have no products found. Add your first product. So this is because if you just go back here, let's go to the client. It's just because we are putting it inside the grid. Okay, so what we could do is we could move this outside the grid first of all. So I'm just going to add it in here like this. Yeah, so you could just leave it like that, then this will be good. So you can see here now this goes inside, no products found, the current no products, and then you click on add your first, it takes you to this page. That's good. Let's go back to the to our server and add back the products. Okay, so this should just add our products. Now another page you want to create is the detailed page. So when I click on this, maybe for our images, let me first go ahead and fix the images a little bit. If you just go to the product card, so you have the image here. It has this hover scale, so we could just give it height full, yeah, and I don't know what that means. And let's see here, object cover, I don't know the styling. I'm not going to focus much on the styling. Let me just leave it at that. So what I want, if I click on this product, I go to the detailed page. So we go through the same process. We're just going to go first, we create the page. So you just go inside the page. So I can create, for example, either you can create a folder for the dynamic route, it doesn't matter. So if I want, I can just go ahead and create this as a folder, and the folder must be named whatever you want. So you can just say this, and I'm just going to name it as product ID like this. So whichever key you want to name it here, or slug. So for example, if we had slug, I would use the slug here, but right now we just have the product. I'm just going to use this, and then inside here, you mark it, it is $. I have not put it by mistake. It is $product ID, and yes, here I'm just going to say index.tsx like this. So when you create, you see that this page has been created. So one thing you have to understand is that now if we want to get this, we can just say const. Okay, you can just say const, and in here we can just get the ID from route.use param. Okay, this is the one how we get the keys in here. So when I just do this, you can see already they know the key that is supposed to be inside here, the one that they passed in here. So you can just get the product ID like so. So you can just go wherever we have this, I can just say hello, and then I put dash, then I put product ID like this. So how do we render this page when we click? If I go back to the product card inside here, remember we had put this link. Now we want to actually put the actual link that takes in there. So you can just go and do this, and you see that now the product/product ID is now in the list of routes. So you put this, and immediately when you put this here, they said this is a dynamic route because of this $. And if you hover on the link now, they said the property params is missing in the type, this one. So you need to specify actually the params here. So just going to go ahead and use params, and then you pass in the key. Now if I do this, they will also suggest, if I press Ctrl space, they suggest the key to pass in. and I'm just going to say this is on product.id, just like this. So now if we go back to the product list and you hover on this, you see that this is one, like so. So if I click on this one, you said I have hello 1, and we can use this ID to go ahead and fetch this product. So let's just do that. First, let's do the endpoint. So I will just go back and to the server. I'm just going to go ahead and go to the server. So you could just say index server here, and let's go ahead and create one more route. And you're just going to say products slash, and then you're just going to specify the ID. Now, if you just want to know the routing, how it works, I think if you just go to Beaver, you go to get started, where they are creating the Hono somewhere here, they have more stuff. They have, let me just see, well, we have the server, I guess. Yeah, here. So they have the basics, the care routes in the API like this. And then also make it easy to add in path parameters. So this is, you can see, user and then name. This is how we do it. We just have this name. And then we have app.get. You can pass in even multiple params like this. So you have also the context and other things. So if you can just have them here. Even the RPC, they have talked about it here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create this where we have the ID. So to get this ID in here, so const, and then you can just get this from c.request.param. So here you can just get this param. So if I do this, this will also give me the ID like so. So to get the product, so you can say const product is equal to, and then we're just going to say mock products dot find. Let's go ahead and do a find. Now if you just look at the mock products for a second, you see that this is a string. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it the way it is here. So dot find, and then in here I will find a product whose ID, so p dot id is equal to ID, just like this. Now if you look at this, returns product or undefined. Okay, so maybe you could just say mock products at 0, and this you can give it a type. Let's give this a type of product from shared list. Now if you give this, you can say that we have the undefined thing, because this one actually finds the undefined. They're saying that product this are assignable to, maybe we could, I don't know, I was putting this to set, we give it the default value. Okay, it's okay. We can just say or undefined. We don't need to actually do like this. We can just say this one can be stroke, actually, yeah, stroke undefined, just like this. Now we just say if no product, if no product. So here we could just go ahead and return c dot JSON, and maybe we could return a status, because here we just want to return a product. Okay, so here we can just go ahead and return, I'm not sure if you can return an undefined and status of 4 or 4 like this. Okay, so we could just go ahead and have these two returns. And now I'm just going to go back. Okay, we can just go back and we test this endpoint and we look at the data that we also get. Okay, I'm just also going to go ahead and prompt this one to create us a product not found component if the product is not found. So I'm just going to go ahead and create the endpoint. Since we have this endpoint now, let me just go ahead and create, go back in the lib where we have used products. I'm just going to first of all get the fetch product. So here we just have fetch product by ID, means here you're going to pass in the ID, which is a string, and then I just know that this is going to return a product just like this, or an undefined. Okay, this or an undefined like so. So if you wanted this product response, you could actually put it in the types, but let's just leave it like that. So I'll just go and get client. Now to actually get the product in here, you're supposed to pass in this. It seems that they haven't read our API. Just a second. I'm just going to go to products. Let's pass in ID of 1. So you can see we have this product here. Now, to get this, how you get this on the client, let's first see the endpoint. What did we call this endpoint? So if you just go back to the server, index server, you see that we have this slash products and then this ID. So initially it should just have like build. Every time we add in this, the server, for some reason we don't have the server here. If you see, we have the client shared. I don't know if the server has stopped. Let me stop this. Go back here. Let me stop this and start again. So we have the server, client dev. Oh, wait, where are we right now? That's a mistake I did yesterday. First of all, let me go ahead and stop this, or kill it even. Let's clear this. So first of all, let me cd back to the project BHVR starter kit and run bun run dev like this. It should start both the server and the client. And you can see we have the client. I'm not sure if the server at this point is running. So if I just go back and I click, so the server is running, which I'm not going to go in the details right now. So this should just generate our in our client. When we go back to fetch product by ID, we need to go to this, and when you do this, you should be getting here the ID like this, and then here we should be getting that. So when it fails to do that, what I did is you stop. Let's stop this. How do we stop the server here? Because clearly Control C is not working as expected. I'm just going to go ahead and stop. The server Control C is not killing the server, guys. Let me clear this. It seems like the server has a problem. Let me first go ahead and run. So you can run Bun, run. Okay. So you could just run a build, and I run Bun run build, and then you specify the server. So this would build the server like this. Okay. So then clear. So if you just say now Bun run Dave, it should again run our client server and everything. So let's go back here, and you can see now this is accepting. So if you just do this, and then you pass in, you said we have this ID. So this is how you get it, products, and then you pass in the ID, which is this, and then here you say dot get. And since we need to pass in the parameters, so you can see that this supposed taking the params. So you say param, and then this param is the ID. This is the param you need to pass in. Okay, so passing the ID is this one, and now we get the response. We get back this data, and we return that data. So I'm just going to come here, and I also do use product. Okay, use product, and this is going to take in an ID of string, and then we'll just come here. The key is going to be product, and then here we'll just have to call this, which is going to be fetch product by ID, and let's pass in this ID like so. So when we go back to this, we can just go back to this page where we have this. So now here is where we need our product components. So I'm just going to go back here. I don't know for the product detailed page. Where is the product detailed page? We have not found this product not found CRUD, which is this product not found. Let me first create that in the components. I'll create product not found, product not found.tsx. Let's see, it has a link. We can just go ahead and put this back, this link, import it from TanStack, and change this to 2, and also this to 2, and this is supposed to be slash products actually. Okay. What else? So we have the product card. I would want to know what they are showing on the products detailed. So this is the products detailed page. Okay, so we go ahead and get the product and everything, and if there is no product, we return not found, and then here we have this. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this for the product detailed page. And let's go to index, and this is the return here, like so. And we can just go ahead and import some of these important things. So the header, let's leave the header here since we have it. Let's get the link from TanStack, and you can replace wherever there is href, you can replace it with 2. Then the button, the icon from Lucid, the image, let's use img, and then remove the fill, and also the priority you can remove. Then we have the badge. Okay, so these other remaining things are from the product. We can also get the CRUD content. Okay, I think that's the one. Then we have the package. Yeah, I think everything right now is good. So let's get the product, which is the easy part now. So just say const, and from use product, and this is going to take in the ID, which is the product ID, like this. And now here we're just going to get data as product, and then we have error, we have is loading, and then we have refresh. Okay, so we can just go back to this index and we copy some of these things we have here for the is loading and error. So just going to add one more. We have the product loading skeleton. Now we would have like the detailed product loading skeleton, like the detailed page. We could just say detail create detail page loading skeleton. So it can just have that one, and then we have the products error on try that, and then here we can pass in, I think, the message because it had this message here as the default. So here you can just say tried to we could just say here pass in a different message. Okay, so the message here says fail to load products, and just say fail to load the product, just like this. Please try again. Then for the loading, I think that one they have created it. So this is the product detailed skeleton, which is this one, product detailed skeleton. So in this you can just say product detail skeleton.tsx, and let's add this. Can check it has the header, it also has the skeleton, so we can just go ahead and add the skeleton. It's going to open another terminal, which is going to be bunx. Okay, let's just say bun x dash dash bun shad cn at latest add skeleton, like this. I think this is how supposed to add it. So let's import the header. And we have the skeleton, which is the only remaining one. Going back here, we're just going to say if it is loading, then we have the product detail skeleton, just like this. Yeah, so now we also check if the product is not there. So if you move on the product, you said we have actually an undefined. So we can just say if no product. So after it is loading, I think we can start with after the loading, and then we say if no product. We can't just say that. We could just say this. Maybe we could just like actually have this afterwards, like this. So if no product, we just want to go ahead and return. Okay, make sure there is a return for all these things. Yes. So if there is no product, want to go ahead and return the product not found. Product not found. Like so. We still have one error. I don't know. So they say here they need to create JSON, which already is there. Oh, we're installing in a wrong place. That's where the problem comes. So I'm just going to Control C and let's say CD into client. Okay. And then it's why we just need to run this bun x add skeleton. Okay. Always remember that. So what error do we have here? Okay, it says BG variant property variant does not exist on the I don't know which button the badge we are talking about. Make sure the badge is coming from. So there is this mistake where we always get the badge from the React icons. So this badge does not come from there. This badge, make sure you import it from the components. Okay, so everything has been installed. You can see when the skeletons are good. Let's go ahead and now try out. If I go back this side, you saw that. Okay, so if I just go back here, let's go to products and let's view this mouth. So like, of course the app is extremely fast. We are using Hono, we are having caching, we have all those nice things. I don't want you to get overexcited at this point. Okay, so now those ones who don't want to go ahead and see the more details, you can stop here because you're going to first deploy this version now online, and then after we'll go into the second phase of now implementing CRUD and adding a database and see how all those ones work. And then after doing the CRUD, we'll go ahead and try to add in the Scalar docs. After Scalar docs, we'll go to authentication. So right now everything is working pretty nice. I love this. Okay, I love this. The app is very fast. You might not even need to see the the rendering like the loaders. So right now let's try to first of all run the build. So to move on the next step, I'm just going to go back and this. Actually, let me just cd ... So just going to go here, go back on this. I just want to stop the servers and everything. So Control C. Clear. I'm just going to run run build. So now when you run this, actually it's going to go ahead and build for the front end and also build for the back end. Okay, so you can see that the build for the front end is happening right now. and the build has successfully done. So you can see we have all the success for both the front end and the back end. Before you deploy, that is the first thing that you need to actually do. So right now I'm just going to say git add dot, I'm just going to make a commit, git commit. Okay, just going to say we added the products. Okay, we added products, maybe fake data, just like this, and git push. So this pushes everything, and now we just want to go ahead to deploy this. So if you just go back to deployment, you are the one who chooses which architecture for deployment do you want. So when it comes to deployment, there are a couple of things you need to consider. One is the provider, service. In fact, the first one is going to be the architecture. The second one is going to be the provider. And the third one is going to be I don't know whether this one we call it what, and maybe we just leave it on the architecture. I don't know. So here the architecture means like, do you want to deploy this as on a managed server versus on self-hosting like a VPS? So this is the first question you need to understand. Okay, and then the second one is whether you want to host the client alone, like client alone, or both on the same server. So like this is up to you, whether you want to deploy both on the same server or you want to do this. And then here you choose also the provider. There are so many providers where you can deploy this app. Now when you go back to the docs in here and you just go to deployment, those are the three things they ask you. The client, where you can deploy your client and where you can deploy your server. You can deploy it on the Ray for the server, Orbiter, and Cloudflare workers. You have seen that we always deploy on the Cloudflare workers. So if you want to single origin, so if you just, for example, want to do Cloudflare here and the VPS, which we'll try another time with Docker, you can see by using Cloudflare workers, you can host the server and the client in one deployment, thanks to the built-in static asset feature. With this approach, everything will come through a single origin, where any routes not covered by Hono will fall back to resolving via static asset folder, which is in our case our React app. So the prerequisites with this, you have installed this. So we have to make some updates if we want to install everything on the Cloudflare workers, which I think it is amazing. Since it is going to be free, I'm just going to deploy everything on Cloudflare workers. And also there are two approaches to this, I guess. There is when you're using I don't want us to use Wrangler. I did not want us to do that. I want us to use GitHub, but for some reason you can see that there is no way you can run this. You need to use Wrangler if you just need to do that. However, you can also deploy the server alone. Still, you deploy the server on. They show you what to change on everything, but just go with this one with Cloudflare workers. So the first update, they say update your Hono server. So the Hono server, we're just having up new. So right now we add the base API. So like all the routes are going to be having access through this base API. I'm just going to go ahead and run back the server, I guess. So let me clear this. I'm just going to say bun run Dave. Okay. So if I'm just going to go back to the server down here. So we just go back to the server. We change this up and we add dot base. So when you add the base path to API, which is slash API, what this means is that now we cannot access the products. So if we just go back to this and you try to get the products, this endpoint does not exist. Okay, this endpoint does not exist. So it means you need to access this using API. Okay, using API slash products like this. So that's what it means. So we need to update our stuff. Let's go back to the documentation here. So you change this, and that's the only thing. Update your index, then update your React client. So you can see that in your React here where we have the server URL, you now have to put API, and you see you can just also put it in this way. Just go to this, and let's go to where we have lib client, and this is the good thing of adding everything in here. So you now add this meta.env dev. If the dev is there, we use slash API. If it is not, we're using API, which means that it is using the same endpoint, but it puts slash API. How? In fact, let's just use a different. I don't like this architecture where the server, and because why I hate that is to go, for example, on an e-commerce, you say www. something and you are like slash API slash products, and this gives you the actually access to the API. I don't like this. I always want to have a different endpoint for my API. So in fact, let's just go follow the documentation for the separate backend and separate. So I'm just going to go back here to the docs. Let's go to where we have server alone. So want to deploy server on Cloudflare. There is even Orbiter, by the way. So these Orbiter, for them, you they have, you can say Orbiter functions are unavailable on paid plan. So this is having paid plan thing and blah blah. So you could just look into this, but let's go with Cloudflare workers is what we are used with, and Cloudflare is a big thing. So with this, they say that one of the simplest way to deploy your server is through Cloudflare workers, which is lightweight and fast. So and very inexpensive. So the only thing you have to do is first do this, and then add Wrangler JSON, update your package, which now instead of using Bun, you're going to be using Wrangler Dev, and update your scripts and deploy. There is no anything else you need to change actually. Okay, which is still the base API is still okay. I'm just going to leave actually the base API there, but let's just like actually follow this to deploy our stuff. So first of all, go ahead and run bunx and wrangler login in the root, I believe. Sorry, I'm just going to go, and so let me stop this server and everything. Clear. I'm just going to start with bunx wrangler login. So this one should just go ahead and install all the necessary dependencies, and it's going to prompt us to log in, I think, in our Cloudflare account. However, I always just like using GitHub. I don't know why they don't have here the GitHub. They have deploying using the bun run deploy this. Okay, but let's just go with this. Okay, so you can see they are going to attempt to log into my account. I'm just going to continue with Google. Okay, so you can see allow Wrangler access to your Cloudflare account, signed in as this, allow. So just come here and you say allow. Okay, so you can see you have granted authorization to Wrangler. Welcome this. Feel free to close this window. So if you see this, means you have successfully added. You have now Cloudflare workers. So just go back to this, to the terminal, which successfully logged in. That's the message you want to see. So the next thing is Angular Wrangler JSON file. So create a new file called this in the root of the server. So in the server, let's go ahead and create Wrangler JSON. So let's first create actually this file. So in the server, let me just minimize this. In the server inside here, can create a new file called this Wrangler JSON. And then let's copy this and add it in here. So the most important thing is you have the schema, you have the name, which is server, which should be matching with this folder here. Then the cs index.ts, compat bit date, and you see you can just add another thing. So you're just going to see we'll add our vars and other things. Right now we don't have the vars, and we don't have also the R2 bucket and other things. Okay, so right now let's just leave it at this. So moving on, update package.json. So you can see you are updating the server package.json, and specifically you are removing the dev command and we are replacing it with 3 commands. So I'm just going to copy this, and I just go and look for where there is dev. I will comment it out or something. So in the server package.json, make sure you are in the name server here, and on the dev where we had ban watch this, I'm just going to comment this out and then paste these ones. For some reason you cannot comment this and it remains there. Just going to remove it completely. So we have now the dev, which is Wrangler dev. We have the deploy, which is Wrangler deploy --minify, and then we have cf type gen Wrangler types to generate this. Okay, the next thing, so you see there is also added the dependencies Wrangler. So if you just go to the dev dependencies, I don't know, you're supposed to add this or you're supposed to actually install, because right now we have this type ban. So if you just add this, Just going to add that, and then update the script section of the root package for your BHVR project. So we're adding in the deploy. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and this is, we're updating the deploy server, which is understandable. So in the root here, package JSON, where we have the where is it? Wait a second. So while we have build server here, we can actually just add the deploy server, which seeds into the server and runs bun run deploy. Okay, so it seems everything is good. First, install the dependencies. So in the server package, then run this. So they say that install dependency for your updated server, they then run the deploy command. So if we run bun install, that means that it's going to go ahead and install. We don't even need to it's going to look for the actual package to install. You don't need to cd into something. So this is installing the Wrangler workers, I believe, and it went ahead and started the server, which I did not want. Oh, okay. So it installed, started something. I think it was generating the types. So let me just now run bun run deploy. You don't leave your command. Just run this bun run, and this is going to start Wrangler. So I have 2 accounts on my account. So I'm just going to choose this one, and let's wait to see the magic. Okay, this looks nice. Upload server, and so deployed server triggers HTTP this. We can just go ahead and visit this link, open. It is saying server, I think because of the base API that we have. So if I just go /API/products, so you see that we have our server running. For the other one, the home page, we can exclude it when we just like that. We're going to fix that. But right now, we have our backend deployed. We did not even go to see, we just deploy everything from the terminal. So if I just go to /API/1, and it gives us the detail. So this is nice. And so what did I want to say? What I wanted to say was, now let's deploy the front end. Okay, so I want to deploy the front end like on Netlify. So if you just go back to this, and now you go to deploying the client, we have Cloudflare pages, GitHub pages, or Netlify. I want to use Netlify. I've taken time, like, so one of the classic static site provider players, given great experience for the working sites, including a BHVR client. There are multiple ways you can deploy your client packages to Netlify. So you can use Netlify CLI, or you can use the GitHub provider. Guys, like, this whole thing of the CLI is really nice. I don't know if I should use the CLI or if I should use the GitHub. You get the problem with using the CLI is that people, if you are in anyways, you have to push. After pushing, then you use the Netlify for deployment. So the CLI method, you have to first go ahead and install this, then move into this, and then you hit ntl init make sure when setting up the project directory to deploy is dist. So we have it will ask you questions here and you answer them, then enter deploy production. So if you just run deploy, I just want to see the GitHub provider. So we can just use the GitHub thing why you have to go to Netlify. For the Wrangler, since we didn't have the option, but this one I'm just going to use GitHub to see how this feels actually. So using the GitHub for the similar something like Vercel, when you get deployments on commits, you can use Git provider flow. So we make sure that we have, so I just say Git Git status. Okay, it seems like we Wrangler JSON, so I'm just going to say Git add. I'm just going to go ahead and say Git commit -m. By the way, we could have used also used the GitHub, but Wrangler is far much better. But you can also use GitHub. So git add dot and git commit -m. You know, still the person who deploys is always going to be one. So other people, they push their code through making pull requests. So it is always understandable also. So git add dot git commit. I'm just going to say here added Wrangler. I'm just going to say and git push like this. So we just know everything is up to date. So with that, I can just go to Netlify, which I've finished like years. Netlify, which I've finished years out actually using. Like I don't know when I last used Netlify. Did I like log in with? I'm not sure if I logged in with Google or GitHub. Yeah, it was GitHub. So we can just go here and we say start import an existing project, and then let's add GitHub, and then you authorize GitHub here. Okay, so the next thing, let's go here. So you can see import from existing project, and then connect your GitHub profile and locate your BHVR project. So we can just go ahead and locate the project, which is going to be let's search for BH. Okay, yeah, so you can just see it here. Okay, so you select, and then the project name, I would just say BHVR client, just like this. And then here on the deploy, you can see it has already selected the client. They're like, that's nice. I don't know how they do that, but it actually selected the client. So you can see here it selects the client, the base directory is client, and then Bun run build. And then here it is client dist, and the functions, which is client Netlify functions. Okay. So the client is okay. So here we're just going to run, let's just go back. We want to add Bun run build. So this is going to be Bun run build. You don't need to put even a filter client. Okay, and then we have publish directory. Okay, just going to go here, which is client dist, that one, client dist, and then the functions, which is client Netlify functions. So here is client Netlify functions. Let me just confirm. Client Netlify functions. Okay. We don't have environmental variables right now. Which you're supposed to put, I don't know. Aren't you supposed to put the environmental variable for, so if you just go in this, okay, I don't know why we are having the client. Oh, okay, I think the server, if it is not running, then it gives us the problem. Even this side, the client, okay, it's understandable. The project is not running, but the question is, if you look in our lib, we have this client, which is saying server URL is going to say if the env.dev. So if we have the env of dev, I don't know if this actually changes. This changes, guys. Okay, because here we are not using, so I think if it is ls, how do we get the API? So basically, in the beginning, it was just like this. It's supposed to be like this. Okay. Let's first go ahead and deploy, because this, the only thing it was looking for is this Vite server URL. So I'm just going to update this and add it as the env. So in the env here, let's add a key var Vite server URL. We already have our server, which is running on this. Just going to copy this and just go back, add this. Okay, then let's go ahead and deploy. So this might deploy, but just need to make some changes a little bit. Okay, first is that this supposed to be now this supposed to be /API. This, because we appended API, so this supposed to be /API, like so. So even this one we added, let's see. Okay, so we have a production failed here. Okay, so just go in the building and see. Okay, so the first problem we have is in the source hooks. Actually, these errors that we are looking at, property products does not exist on this API client. Okay, so since we have this, let's just go ahead and actually update. I will first update the deploy settings. I just want to see if we can access the environmental variables. First, we change that. project configurations. Maybe why can't I see the environmental variables? Oh, okay, they're here. So we have this server URL. Oh, it actually adds a lot. Production, deploy, this. I don't see the one that we added ourselves. Oh, it is this one, the server URL. It doesn't look like you can. It doesn't look like you can. Okay, edit. Okay, then contain secret values, and then these are the value. So this one should actually have /API. /API. That's the first change, because we added that to. So I think this has been saved. If I just go to options, edit, go back to the value. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so this actually is saved. So you can just go here and save. This is saved. Nice. So let's go ahead and fix the client thing. So if we just go back to the deploy failed. So the failure are on the build. Okay. Now the good thing is that also on the local server we actually have those same problems. If you just look at this, if you look at the problems we have, this came from in the use products. If you currently see the use products actually has that problem right now, and you can see that it doesn't see this client. So the question is, where are we getting the client? So the client was coming from this. The client was imported from the server dist. And does it mean now if we deploy both of them differently, we actually don't have access to that? Because in the deployment here, they are not actually talking about it. Okay. They are not talking about it. If you just go here, deploying the client, they actually not talking about the fact that there is the client and the client is getting the from the other side. I don't know. In that case, because in that case, that means that if we use different server for the API and a different server for our front end, then this architecture of using the client might only work in the development. I don't know, because the import of the client comes from server dist, which clearly we don't have the server around. We have the front end alone and the back end alone. So if you deploy them on the same server, then I think it makes sense. But if you have them on different servers, we can just like ask that to AI, and we see what it actually tells us. I'm just going to cloud here. So I'm just going to say I have a Hono backend plus a React front end project. I am using Hono RPC where I get the client from the server, and from this client we get all API specifications and use them on the front. In React, while like doing data fetches and mutations. Okay, so I'm just going to say, but I'm just going to say, but when I deploy, so I'm just going to give it an example of how we are getting the client. So, and then down here, I'm just going to say, but now I deployed my server on Cloudflare, and my front. So here the you can just say server and front on Netlify, and we lost the client. How do I go about it? Okay, so this is how you're supposed to use AI in real life. Like, ask it something you would want to learn from, rather asking everything. Most of the concepts you're supposed to, do them for your case. So here he's saying that option 1, generate and export the client type. So he's saying here the fix is that Netlify doesn't have access to your server file system. The server package isn't bundled with your front end. Here's how you can fix: generate and export the client type. So using Hono client, which is recommended on your server, create a dedicated client export file. So for example, you have server, which we already have. It has the import HC, import app type from here, and export using base URL. Oh, okay. I believe so. We have that actually. So in our server, we have a dedicated source. Then we have the client.ts, which is actually doing that. It gets the HC, the app, exports the client, return type of this, parameters, and everything. So it exports that. And in your front end, they recreate the client without importing from the server. Okay, so it says front end source lib API client. It has HC from Hono client. Does it mean we actually install Hono? And then import the type, app type from @server index. This is the key change. And then you have server URL, which is this or this. Client is app type of server URL. The app type is @server index. Okay, so option 2 is using shared type package, better for monorepos. So if you're using a monorepo, you create a shared type. We already have the shared type thing going on already, so you can just have the shared index app type from this, then use the app type from. So the most important thing, as I can see here, is that is getting the type, and is saying that you can put the app type from this. So does it mean when you are deploying, what happened to the shared? Like, do we deploy with the shared, or I don't know what happens. Let me just the recommended one. You just only need the types from the server, not the actual implementation. So you use import type, ensure it's only type rechecking want to be bundled. So currently right now, if you look at everything, this was done, and if you check on our client, so everything comes on this client. And for some reason, maybe we just need to rebuild, because this here, let me try to build this. It's like building or running. I'm just going to say bun run Dave, just like this. So right now we are running using Wrangler. And the server actually changed. The server is no longer on localhost. This is the server where it is right now. So if I open this, what is that? 127. Let me see. Okay, let's just go, because Wrangler normally starts at a different port than I know. It's normally at 8787. Just go localhost 3. So if I just try, like, it normally starts at this 8787. Let's just say /API. Yeah, so it starts on this localhost 8787. I think it is the same as this one, because you can see it actually went through. If I just gonna say API /products, it has all the products. So this actually changes because of using Wrangler actually. So let's first fix that. So in this, in the client, let's change this. Okay, / actually API. Okay, this is our client, and the actual one. So the client, the type that we have, we no longer have these products, does not exist. Can we just build again or something? I'm not sure what we're supposed to do, because it seems like the server didn't build the client, because we still have the client, we still have all the endpoints, which will change the home endpoint in the future. We just want it to return a JSX. We still have all the endpoints, like they are all still actually like working. Maybe let me just try run the build for this client. So bun run build like server. So like it ran full turbo, it ran the server build, and then we have this client. Even this is no longer working, and so if we just go to this, because this is what we need, like the client, I would take the concept of the shared types, because the options that the AI gave us here, they say option 1 is the recommended one. You create a dedicated error, and we have this. It gets the app type. The only thing I didn't understand is this base URL. This one is what I didn't understand, like why it has this base URL string. So if we just go back to the server, we go to where we have the client. So it has this. I think this one was taken with the args, the arguments, all the arguments, because you can see it has all the arguments from the client and then takes in the app type. So I think that is okay. Okay, so the next thing is that recreate in your front end, recreate the client without importing from the server. So this is the point I actually get confused. It says that you import also like the HC from Hono client. So let's first go ahead and try this from lib. I'm just going to create a new one called API client.ts. Actually this Hono client is okay. The problem is this, the app type. I don't understand this. What is this? This whole line, the at server index. Because right now we are having server index cannot find this server index. So another alternative which is better is this option 2. When we have the monorepos, we already have the monorepos. So that means we can just go to shared and we export this. We export this. Let's first go and see what it has said. So the server index pass won't work automatically. You need to configure it. Let me show you. So you just go to TypeScript. Okay, I do not want to mess up my TypeScript right now or Vite configurations right now, which we're just going to say let's leave it the way it is. Let me try the monorepo thing. Okay, let me try the monorepo, which is option 2. So create a shared type package, which we already have, and then we need to export this here. So just go to our shared, and then source types, and then like we are exporting this also as a type. So we can just get the app type, yeah, app type. Okay, if you look at where this is coming from, let's say we just go to the server. So like we're getting this server source. How is that even possible? Because if you just go to the server, in the client, they have the app type, okay, from actually the client. Okay, like that. And then use it in the front end. So basically in our API client. So if we just go back, we can just get the app type. Which is saying it does not satisfy. I'm just going to go here and get this. It's going to say I used the monorepo like this. Export the we have the app type of routes. Alternatively, if you have multiple route groups, so let me just take a few moments just to see if I can fix this, then I'll be back. So after running a couple of reading, I think I found the what the problem was. So the first problem is that we have here in the server. So in the server here we have this. This is how the app was, and we brought in one thing that we went and brought in one thing where we coupled the base path, and that is one which broke everything. So let me just show you what they say from the documentation. So if you just go to the documentation, there is about sharing the types to emit endpoint and endpoint expression this. So you can see this is how you're supposed to export. This is where everything starts from. So they say for the RPC to infer routes correctly, all included method must be chained. This is important, must be chained. And the endpoint or app must be inferred from a declared variable. So this is, they give you an example here. You have route.get. So if you're adding any other routes, they must be chained. Okay. So if you just continue down here, if you're just continuing down here, there is what they have. Actually, let me just look for this. What they have, this best practices. So they give you how to create routes. So for example, building a large application. This is what I wanted actually. So when you're building a large application, they say that use the app.route to build large application without creating Ruby on Rails like controllers. So for example, you have the author, you divide the new app, and then you go ahead and define all this, the routes. So this is for the author, this is for the book, and this is how you do it. And then you import in the index, and then you have app.route and then app.route. So down here they say if you want to use RPC features, the code above works well for normal use cases. However, if you want to use the RPC feature, you can get the correct type by chaining as follows. So you also have the author. Now, if you look at this in the books previously, this was app.get, app.post, app.get. So like it was having this. But if you want to use RPC, everything must be chained. You can see .get, .post, .get, and then you do this. Okay, so this is how you're supposed to actually do your routes. Then, and if you just go back to the index, so if you go on the RPC page here, you see that using RPC with large applications, in the large, you can look at this. I don't know if I will just remember to add this link. If I don't add it, please write it down. Hono.dev docs guides RPC hash using RPC with large application. So you say in the case of large application, such as an example they gave here, you need to be careful with the type of interface as a simple way to do this. So you basically have like your routes. So we're just going to define our routes. I will open one project that we'll use for an example. So I will just get routes. And inside these routes, we can create, for now, we're just going to create products.ts. We'll change this to the normal good routing in a second, but right now we can just say route.ts, and you can go ahead and add these. So we can just go ahead and define the new Hono app, and then we bring, so you could just go ahead and say const app is equal to new Hono, just this new Hono from Hono, like this. And then you're going to go ahead and chain all your stuff. So you just go here and I can just chain these two here. So just cut these and let's bring them in the products and paste them here. So these should just like work fine. Remove this and let's get the mock products, and also let's get the product. So this is working fine. So after this, you see that you need to go ahead and export default app, and this is in the authors, the same thing in here. So you are export default app. So here, now when you go back to the index, okay, so when you go back to the index, you have app.new. So you just have to go and chain this like so. Let's just go and see that. So it means like I will just go on this. Let me just actually remove the hello. We don't need this. Okay, we don't need this. Now for this case, this first one, this one will return the API documentation in here, so we don't have to worry about this one. So let me just go down here and do dot. So you say dot route, and then we're just going to the import here actually matters. So if you just say we have import books from books, so if you look in the books, you can see have this is book.ts. Okay, let me just go back here. So we're just going to have this one as products. Let's just say import. Okay, products from routes, maybe dots routes slash products, like this. And then we just come here, we call these products, and the endpoint is also going to be products. We'll see how to fix this in the future, but this is what they expect. You can see this is what they expect the route to be, like this. Okay, so I'm just going to create 2 routes. Maybe before we continue, go ahead. Maybe we should just like first go ahead and deploy this and see if there is any problem. So if you just go to the client, lib client, and the use product, you see now they have no problem. I don't know if I just go in the client here, you see that we're using 8787. So I just want to go ahead and push for whatever we have done, because if you just run the build, if I cd into client, right now we are in the server, cd dot and then cd client, and then I say bun run build. So just like run a build here. So you say like this run very well. So I'm just going to say git add and git. Since we're having this, I just want first to go back to Netlify, to where we have the project overview. Just click on the project overview on project configuration. Then environmental variables. I'm just going to return back to the way it was. So for this, I'm just going to click options, edit, and I'm just going to go to the value here. Let's go ahead and remove this last part slash API, save. Now let me just go ahead and make changes. Git add git commit -m. Just going to say here fixed the client bug. Maybe we just say the RPC client bug and let's do git push. So if we just push this, I believe this should just like trigger another deployment. So you just go here and they deploy. So you can see this is building. So let's just go ahead and wait. Didn't even give us time to see why it failed again. So this time we have okay, so I don't know now what the problem is, because now these they look to be everything was good. I'm not seeing the problem there. Two successful, 3 total. Failed client build error. So I don't know what this why this now failed. Let's see this, what AI has to say. It says error run failed build. So I don't know, but if you just go up here, cache hit, replaying logs, maybe we have to remove the cache. Because you're saying property does not exist on the type API client with this output. AI is trying to tell us the property does not exist on this hello. I think we still have the, after adding run the monorepo build locally, it's trying to give us here okay, so here it's trying to give us rerun tsc locally cd in the client, and then to confirm errors are resolved. I don't know, maybe let me first cd back to right now we are in the client. Let me cd in the server, ban run build. So this one actually just like builds the this, which gives us, oh, so we are back to the problem. Actually we did not build, so now it has this property gate does not exist on the type so let me just see if we just do now dot. So we have again client products dot products. I guess it's just because of if you just go back to our server here, yes, because we have this these products. So here we would actually remove this. Do we remove and leave it /empty like this? I'm not sure. Let me just run the build again. So if you run a build again and you go back here now, it is good. In the index we have this. I'm just going to remove everything in the index right now. So I'm just going to go remove these types and everything, like the data fetching that is going on here. I'm just going to return, remove everything here, and also this part with even the data. Just going to remove this part, and we leave just this welcome. So I don't know. Let's try again. So we're in the server, we build everything, seems good. Let's go outside. I'm just going to go ahead and use git here, git add, git commit, fix 2, and git push. Okay, so let's give this, and if it just continues giving us the error after this, I'm just going to revert using the normal API. I'm just going to revert using the normal API, because that would be, it might not be worth it to suffer to that level just to get the API client. I don't know whether it triggered another deployment. Wow, which has already also failed. Initializing. I don't understand this, because here it looks like everything looks good here. Deploying didn't reach. I don't know why. A failure prevented us from deploying the project. You can see actually the fix 2 that we added here. Do not know why. Initializing is the one which failed, and unfortunately we're not seeing any error building, so they install. So they're saying error exited from this post install script from the BHVR. Post install script. What do we have under the post install? Let's go to the client and let's check in the package. So we don't have anything here, but if we go in this package, we have the post install script. How comes I'm not getting this, because this post install script, where is it running? running build here. So packages in a scope, server, shared, running the build in 2 packages, remote caching disabled, shared build here, then shared build server. Okay, so if you just look at this here, cannot find a module shared dist or its corresponding type declaration. Cannot find the module shared dist. So we are getting now the ones for shared. Okay, so right now we don't have any build problems both on the client and the server. So the question is, let me first go to this index, make sure that actually remove also this, because we don't need this in any way. So how does the shared thing actually work? This shared, when I deploy the application, how does this actually work? Like these types, because when you are deploying, how does that supposed to actually work? Because it says, okay, let's just first do this, finding issues with AI and see. But basically this is what the problem is. Okay, let's just see what AI is saying. Relevant lines, shared dist is corresponding blah blah. So how to check and fix this? Verify package reference and in the depths, ensure that the server package depends on the this lets stable repo infer the correct order. So shared workspaces, if your reference built blah blah. But these are already inferred in the correct way. Okay. Verify summaries, verify the shared, incorrect project references. Okay, maybe this change that I've just removed, I don't know. If that is the case, I'm just going to see how to. I'll first go ahead and try, and if it fails, just going to back to using the normal API, standard API. So after removing the remember the type I removed from here and I pushed. Now we have step 1 complete initializing, and when you have the build failed. But now if you look at the reason why it failed, it is interesting, because you see that the first here error is tier 6, use state is declared but never read, and this is in the route source. So if I just go to routes index, and this is in the client side, right? everything in the index. So if I just go in the index, routes, and I have the index, so it is just like basically giving the errors here. I think we should just also create a in the config where if you save, it goes ahead and runs like the lint fix or something. So let me just go ahead and remove this. And I don't know if you build, because this is just running the build. Okay, so I don't know if we just do, if we cd cd in the client, and then you run bun run build like this. I'll just like want to see if we just have any errors. And you know how it builds here very nicely, and the packages and everything is good. And then you just go deploy and everything is not working. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to push this. I'm just going to give this is fix3, and just going to call this types. Let's push. This is going to start again the deployment. Just not going to give up, just going to keep on running and until it works. You can see we have all these failed builds, but at least we are getting somewhere. And finally, guys, oh my god, so finally we have this running right now. We have a link and view products, come on, and let's wait. Oh no, something went wrong. So I don't know which what it is using to actually fetch. Okay, so it is a good one. You can see it is actually the cause, which is good. So this one is not a bad problem. This is a good problem we can fix at the backend by passing in the cause. So you just go back here. Let's go back to server, and then we go to routes. I just go to actually the index, and first of all let's remove these here, and this cause now we need to pass in, I think, the star. So when you just go back and you go to Hono and let's search for cause, and if you just do this, we need to pass in like a sort of like a I'm just going to pass in this here. So you pass in use cause, let's see, update use cause, and you pass in two things, this. So that is supposed to be the origins. Here you can see allowed headers, and you could just like pass in the allowed origins. But I think multiple origins, you can just like go ahead and put on something like this. Let's just go ahead and use this one. Update use. So remember here we are not just update use, okay, and I'm just going to specify this. Okay. no, remove the equals. So we have app.use, and then here where we have API 3, just going to leave it as slash, maybe star. And then origins, they just go ahead and pass in our origins, and this is one of the origins. Where is our deployed? So this is the deployed client. I'm just going to copy this origin like this. So you just copy this, and let's go ahead and pass it in here. Wait, sorry, the origin is this, the app, because the access to fetch at this from this. So this is the origin, this one, that is the origin. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this. Okay, and you can also put the one for localhost. The one for localhost is but this is for deployment anyways. So the one for localhost is this one, and I'm just going to go ahead and maybe add this one here. Okay, just like this. And now we should just be able to deploy this using we can just like first go ahead and push this to git, git commit, added the core origins, and then just like git push. So then we can just like go ahead and run bun, run deploy server. I think we're supposed to run this bun deploy server, like to go ahead and redeploy the server. Yeah, so we still have that. And now if I just go back to this, let me refresh and go to view products. Oh my god, so this is now giving us the nice stuff. Oh my god, I'm so much excited, guys. So much excited that this finally we have figured it out. We have finally figured it out, and everything right now I'm feeling so much excited. And we're going to move now to our second part of configuring now more things. First of all, I just need to add in a database and also change the routing, because we are going to add in environmental variables and other things. So we just need to change a little bit of this. We're also going to add in, so let me just put here the things we just want to add in right now. So just going to say modifying our routes. Okay, so the first thing we want to set up is want to use the Zod validator. Zod validator, and then we also want to add the Scalar docs. We want also to add Scalar. We also want to add them. What do we want to add? Zod validator, Scalar docs. Want to check for environmental variables. If they are not there, then we give the error. and then we also want to refactor the routes to have 4 files. Okay, this is what we want right now to try to improve in our project. Okay, so if you just go back to Hono, they already have the Zod Vite the Zod Vite middleware. You can see how it works, and then you basically create a route like this, and then you have its files like this. Like this part is the route with the types, and then this one, the output is how you use that route. Okay, so that's what you want to use the Vite data. I used to have, I don't know if it is still there, I used to have a documentation I used to set up on Notion. Let me just go to Notion. Okay, let me just continue and log in. Meanwhile, I'm just going to open one of the projects that we can use to set up some of those routes. We can look at that standard and we copy from there, because I don't have all those settings in my head. I'm just going to go to, which project is that? Projects, okay, not in the YouTube builds, but in the projects. So in the projects here, we can check a couple of them that are using that. We have this one, which is really huge. I'm just going to check the one for okay, let's just check this one maybe. Okay, just going to basically check the API, and we see like the setup of things. Just going to first go ahead and do this. So my Notion has opened, and I'm just going to look for, just going to search for Hono. So you can just come here and the search. Let me just try Hono. I don't know if it is this building product API using Hono. Yeah, so I have this well, just like setting up everything. I'm just going to be looking at also this for setting up. More especially, you can see the, if you want to use ESLint, since we're using, well, all they have ESLint rules, I don't want to touch the ESLint. The only important thing is this Zod Hono Zod Open API. This one is the one that you want. So there is this Zod Open Open API. So where you have is an extended Hono class that supports Open API. With this, you can validate the values, types of Zod, and because we want to generate the standard that we can use for the not Swagger, for the Scalar. It is what we want to do, and this is how you define, you create the routes. Want to use actually this this one. This is how I want us to set that up. So I used this while I was just learning. I was actually just trying to use this, installing Open API. Now we can just go in the app or in the index. Then we're going also to use the Stalker package. The Stalker package, and these ones are going to help us in defining the types and the middlewares. So these are going to be really nice. So maybe let's install some few. The first one we want is this at Zod Open API. So I added this is extended Hono, which is from the documentation, and you can also refer to this this link here. Let me just go ahead and install this at Zod Open API. So we are using Bun. So I'm just going to cd. Let's cd into server. Cd server, and they just say I think supposed to be Bun Bun add, and then you just add like this. Okay, yeah. Then moving on, and you can just see this from the Hono, I think. Yeah, so you can see here using Bun, you can just add this in this way. Which one were we installing? Let me see. Oh, we're just adding the Open API standard. So Zod Open API, yeah, it is here. Okay, Zod Open API, you can just like see that we have installed it. So the next thing is okay, so we extend this to new Open API. The second thing, you have to install the Stalker package. You can just go ahead and look at this. Stalker was created by, so there is this one which generates something. You can just go on this. Zod support is this, blah blah. So purpose and quick, he made this. So the one which gives us these things like you are defining the schema. It has a good way of defining things. So we just need this package. So I'm just going to go ahead and install these two packages. The Stalker package, which will give us some helper classes and everything. Stalker and those ones. So next, set up the standard for not found. So just going to have these app.notfound. If a route is not there, it will just not return, just like a 404 page. It will return for us a very good message, and also the error. And now setting up the logger. Okay, we are going to also use this Hono Pino for the logging. Okay, we're just going to extend the logging with the you can just go ahead and just check on this the Hono Pino thing, which is also here, I think. Okay, so a Pino logger plugin for Hono, and this is how you install it with Bun. You can just see here. Usage, this is how you extend the logger, and this is going to give us like more logging than the normal one. So this is also the logger. So I'm just going to go ahead and install it. Bun add Hono Pino and Hono Pino. Just going to use that one. Another one, so just going to create this middleware, and then set up the log level. Those ones are going to see, and now we create the env file where we add, let's say, these ones. We're just going to see loading the environmental variables when we are using the, so in here, more especially in the server. I'm just going to create a new file called .env like this, let's go ahead and add these three, the port and other things. Just going to see how to use those ones. So just also going to go ahead and say load the environmental variables. We need to use .env package, install this. So just going to go ahead and also add the .env package, because we want, when you load and you want, for example, this node environment or anything and it is not there, then it should go ahead and give you an error. So I'm just going to say here bun add. Let's just add these two. So the initializing, don't mind, you're just going to see in the other big app, and creating the env using all those things, and set up the favy icon. So we have all these ones. Then refactoring our code to match a cleaner usable thing. Just going to have our middlewares, and then we're going to have the logger, and then okay, so I think that's the important thing, that just going to set up the Scalar docs. I haven't seen us installing Scalar for some reason. Okay, I haven't seen the Scalar, but let me scroll down here. Okay, so this is the one, setting up the Scalar. So just go ahead and also add the Scalar for Hono. So there is Scalar Hono API reference. This is the one that we need. So I'll just go ahead and add this bun add, and just going to add the Scalar. And after installing this, we are able to configure all these, adding default hook for standard response for error handling, and coming for standard. These ones are going to see all these files here, don't actually worry. So you just need to create it in this format, where you have the products in this, you have the handlers alone, you have the index, and you have also the routes. And I like that architecture, and it's what you're going to implement into this. Okay, adding everything in one file, schema and everything. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. That's the things we need right now. Other things, we're just going to create them this side. Now adding Prisma and Postgres, this is going to be a good one, because after you're using that one, we're supposed to okay, I think that's enough. The Hono client, we have already seen that, where you have this the Hono client. That is not a big deal. So I'm just going to go ahead and right now go back in this other bigger project, and we see that we installed all the requirements, but now we need the setup. Okay, so just going to go in here where we have the source, and in the source you can see that we have these files, like for emails, which we are going to add also in this video, by the way, like to add maybe for emails. Let me just go in. The first one is this lib folder. So if you look at our source right now, okay, if you look into our source, we don't have these the lib folder. So I'm just going to create the lib folder. So create lib, and in this lib folder we need a set of files. Let's go ahead and look at these files and explain each file. The first one, you said it is holding the types. Okay, let's just go ahead and get them, and then I'm just going to go ahead and explain them if you want to write them. So I'm just going to go ahead and get all these files in here. Let's start with the types. Now these types are adding, for example, if you have the context, you can add this context. If you have any let's say you have any of these, you have anything you want to apply in the context or anything, we can just go ahead and add it like this. I'm just going to comment it this out because right now we don't want. The only thing we want to add in right now is the logger. So this logger, if you look at where it is coming from, where is the logger? It is coming from this logger from Hono Pino, just like this, and we are adding it here so that if you want to log any information from any place, you actually access the logger. And then this, we create a new type of app. So the app is going to have these, including these bindings that we have. We also have the environment at env. We're going to look at this file in a second. Then the second one is create app. Okay, you can just go ahead and remove this create app. Let's start by getting actually this environment set nicely. So here we have, not this, going back to this project, we have our app.ts, which is in our case the index, this one. We started to look at that. We have the env runtime and the .env. So we need these two files right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy these two files, the env runtime and the env.ts. So all the variables that we need, we're just going to be specifying them from here. If you just go back to the server now, just paste in these two. So the first one is the env.ts. So if you look at the env.ts is where we are using the, we can remove this, we are not using the ESLint. So if you look at this, we have the .env package we installed and the .expand. We installed these two packages. And so we have also the Zod. And then we expand this. For example, we get the current working directory and we are checking if node.env is equal to test. And then blah, blah, like this. Okay. Then env schema, so these are the environmental variables that we need. For example, we don't need the front end URL. Refresh token. I'm just going to remove these to avoid problems. I'll just remove, maybe let's just leave on a database URL. So we have the node env, we have the port, we have the log level, and we also have the database URL. Right now this port, let me just leave it at 87. Maybe let's first leave it at, we see if it is going to change this. So here is where we define all the environmental variables. You can see we have this env schema and it gives us all these, and we export the type of this environment and we map. Why we are mapping here is if you are missing any of this, it will give you a nice error using Zod that this environmental variable is not, you have not defined it, so go ahead and define it. So that's the purpose of this file, to get very nice errors if you are missing any environmental variables. And then the env runtime, you can see it is getting pass env from the env. And when you go back to all these other ones, now getting from, let me just go this from this. So if I just go ahead and try to import the pass env, so we imported the pass env this from we passed it from this env runtime, and if you just go here, we export it from here, pass env. Okay, it is exported here, and then we just got env runtime export default pass env, and it is exporting it from here, and it is passing in process dot env. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and export default pass env, and we pass in this. Now if you look at how this was used, let me just say in the lib, if I go back to the types here, you said this is gotten from this the env. So let's go ahead and get, for example, the environment from dot slash. Just say dot slash, just dot outside, and then dot slash. So you have this env here, dot ts environment is a type and must be imported using the type on it. So here maybe just say type. Yeah, so you import the type. I'm just going to do the same thing with this create app. I don't know if we configured the in the TypeScript config in here if it has the @tempo thing. I think it is not configured with the @, so let's leave that. So in here, if we first bring in this back, let me get this pass in from slash dot slash. So we have two of them. There is this runtime. Did you mean because in this one is actually imported as, just get it from the env like this. So we just don't need maybe this runtime. Let me just remove this runtime file. So let's just go back in one types. So in this one we have import here, import in type environment from environment, and this one has all the data type for the environment variables. Then we import the types also for the open API, route config, and all that. We also import the type for pinolog from Honopino, and then we set up the bindings. So I'm just going through these files so that you can actually type them out. You can pause the video and be typing them out. So we have the export interface app bindings, and then we get the bindings, we supply them with the environment. And if we have any variables we want to pass, for example, when we reach on the passing in the current user in the context, then we're just going to pass in this. And then after we export the type of open API and also the app handler. So these types are going to be using them throughout the entire app. So the second thing you just need to see is the create app. So create app is where we initialize one instance of the create app, and we'll be using it throughout the app. So if you look at what it's doing right now, we have export create router, and this one is opening open API Hono, and you pass in the app bindings from the types. And then export default create app, and we define the app, and this is where we put all the things. So here we don't need this ESLint right now since we're not using ESLint. So we have c.passenv, and this one is just going to be checking just a middleware. It checks if all the environmental variables are there. If they are not there, then it's going to go ahead and give us an error. Then here we have the origin. Now in this case is actually setting the origin star, meaning that we are accepting all the all the origins. We can just leave it like this, or we can specify the way we did it in here. We just come and we just cut this, go back to create app, and where we have the origin, we just specify the actual origins that we want to use to avoid all other apps using our API. So this is also sort of protection actually, because as you have seen, all other API endpoints will be blocked and they will allow only these ones. Then here we have the logger. I think we don't need to put here. Now we have the server emoji favy icon. So here is where you put your icon. Let's say I'm just going to say window dot, and then you can just get all these other ones. Let me just put this fire one here. If there is no found, we're using this, and these ones are coming all from Stalker package, the one we installed. The Stalker package, it gives us a standard not found message, error message, and the server icon sets it on our API. That's why we want this file. So we just first define this, and then we use this here to create the app, and then we have app.use, and then we specify our also the cause, and then here we add the when we start the app, you said this one is going to be having the icon, and we go ahead and return this app. So this app is what you're going to be using in all instances, this create app. When you go to constants, this is why you add your constant Zod validation schemas. You can see them here. Now these ones we're not going to share them because some of these ones are specifically for the server. So we're going to only share the types that we think are needed by the clients, but these ones are not right now. Then so for those ones who are typing, this part is not more important right now. Even if you don't have these constants, we'll create our own. Okay, we'll create our own, so you don't need to worry about this one right now. So if you just go back in this, configure the open API, this one is a big one. This is one which is configuring the Scalar. I don't know why we're having this. This is duplicated. Let's go to this API and see how it works, because they're saying the API reference is actually duplicated. So we could just go here and type in not that, Ctrl V. I just want to look for this package, Bun Hono API reference, and then we see how this is actually being used. So after you have installed this package, they don't actually show they don't show how to use this. Okay, they are only simply saying, okay, if you want to see how this, read the documentation here. Okay, so this is the Scalar API reference for Hono. This is good. So this middleware provides an easy way to render the beautiful API like the Swagger. So the installation, we know it. We already have this installed very nicely. Now the usage. Okay, so if you look at the usage, this is what you're supposed to put in here to update on our server. Okay, so if I just go inside the configure, you can see we're taking in this app. Let's see how this is configured anyways. So they have the app. So instead of getting this, you get the Scalar. So you have app.get Scalar, and then you say Scalar URL, then you pass in this. Oh, okay. So all these ones are being passed in this Scalar. Okay, so if you just go back here, for us we have it on doc. So there is doc, and then there is app.get Scalar. So what we need is, instead of using this, we are importing the Scalar itself from here, and this is what you need to use, Scalar. like this. The same thing, I guess. Okay, this one is okay. So just need to use the Scalar, and I think all the other things remain the same. The doc, the theme. So we have our theme, which is Kepler, layout modern, and all these things here. Then the metadata. This is going to be just going to say, for example, BHVR starter kit. Description, you can just like API documentation for the, just going to say for the starter kit, just like this. Okay. Okay, so nice. We just used now the up-to-date where we're using the Scalar. Then they just tell us you can put also the page title and everything. So I think this is the only one, the only thing we just want from here. So this, I'm just also going to open this so that you can type this. We have the package, the JSON, which is giving us the actual package, and we're using Git version here instead of just like be changing it. The title is going to be BHVR API, starter kit API. Okay, so this is start. I'm just going to say starter kit API, and you can just also go ahead and just say compressive API for the starter kit. So you can of course just go ahead and do this, and you can just go ahead and pass in here. I'm just going to do this later on while you pass in all the tags in the here. So but for now, let's just remove them. Just going to remove them because we don't have these. So here you just like pass in all the tags for your API that you have. Okay, so I'm just going to leave in only these two. Maybe you just change this one to products, and then just say product management. I'm just going to leave these ones like this. Okay, so we have set up these 4 files, and now we know the purpose of those 4 files. If you just go back here into this, I just want to go ahead and so we are done with the lib. So we have this middleware, which middleware has the Spino logger. So I'm just going to go ahead and also get this middleware. So the middleware is for logging purposes, and was this actually lib inside the source or outside? Okay, they are all inside the source. So just going to go in the source and let's add the middleware. So the middleware has only one file, which is Spino logger. So just going to go here, and you see that we are getting the env from Honopino, the context, then the Pino logger, and then the random. So this one is going to be helping us generate the IDs. And now let's go ahead and install this Pino Pretty. I'm just going to go ahead and get this Pino Pretty. I'm just going to paste the Pino Pretty. So Pino Pretty is here, and you can just do bun. Let me just go ahead and add this. I'm just going to say bun add, and just going to say Pino Pretty. Okay, and then the bindings, we just need to import the bindings from the types. So you can say dot you can just say dot slash So this is in the lib types, like that. So we create the logger, and this logger has access to the context, and the reason why we need the context is to be able to know the at the log level. Now this logger will show you the logger depending on the log level, and you can set in the log level we have like fatal, error, warn, info, debug, and trace. You can just go and read more about the pinos and the pino pretty. This is how the log works, and the reason why we need this detailed logger like this one is when you start like using things like Grafana or Datadog for deployment, for data visualization and error handling, they will just need the logs which are in this format, okay, which are in this format. This is just like a standard one like this. They will need this, so that's why we need to have the pino in our application. So then we have the pino where we customize it, and the HTTP is which we generate the random IDs, and then here see as the context. And so this is the file. You can pause the video and create this file. Then another file, we're just getting to actually all the files we need. All the other ones just like the emails and all that is not a big deal. So the last one is going to be this how we connect the apps in here. So if you just go back in this, you said we need first create the routes and create at least one route. Okay, I'm just going to use one simple route, maybe in the users. The users has a big thing. Let's just go and see, for example, I'm just going to go to this regions stats. Okay, let me just look at the routes this has. Okay, this is good. So basically we need to create a 4 file. Let me just explain these 4 files. Okay, so you just go back here, just going to call this the 4 file route system. Okay, so first of all, let's say we have the first file, which is going to be if I just go back here, so we have the schema routes. So you have like we have the schema file. So this one is holding all the schemas, the validation schema. So this holds all Zod schema schemas for validation. So this is one helps us to have all the things for validations. The second one is the handlers. So these handlers, okay, this holds the functions that interact with the DB. Okay, and lastly is going to be the we still have 2. So we have the index and we also have the routes. So this route, this actually has this holds the routes and their specifications. Like what are the inputs to route? So if it's just like slash products, what are the specifications to this route? Just going to go into dive and explain more. Then the final one is the index, which actually this joins the route plus the handler to create the actual route, to create maybe just equal endpoint. So this is to create an endpoint. So the endpoint, if you look at an endpoint in normal sense, if I go back to index, you look at the endpoint is a combination of two things, a combination of a route and a combination of a handler. So this is the handler. This one here is the handler, and then this is the route. So that's why we say that if you join the route plus the handler, you get the endpoint. And here we separate them because you're going to see the reason why we separate them. So after understanding this four file system, then it's going to be very easy for us to move on. So I'm just going to copy this one for stats just to help us. Just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's go ahead and add it inside the routes. So I just want to change this, our products, we'll change it to match this. I'm just going to add this one to help us for always to follow this. So you start with the schemas, okay? So for example, if you have the product, so you can see like here we're just going to have this product. So before we export from this side, let me just go ahead and create this product schema. So if you just go here, this is the schema. So let me just go ahead and create a schema out of this. Let me go back to the server for a second. So if you wanted to create for the products, let me just go in right now, create the folder called products, like this, products. And then inside, I'm just going to create in those four files. You need the index.ts. So if you look at how we name these products, we use the stats.handle like that. So I'm just going to create a products, like products.handler.ts, like that. The second one or the third one is going to be the schema.ts. This one actually is going to be product.index. So product.index, products.index, and then lastly is going to be the one for routes, products.route.ts. Okay, maybe routes. So we have these four files. So the first one is the schema file. So we just need to go ahead and we define like this schema, the one I copied here. So I would export maybe this schema. I don't know if they are needed even to be exported, but let's just go in this and export this as export const, and they're just going to say product schema, okay, which is going to be equal to z dot, so just import the zod, import zod here from zod. Can I just import zod? And zod from zod. Where do we get the zod that we're using here? Okay, put zod from zod, zod from zod, just like this. So this is going to be z dot object, and then we pass in this object here. And just going to do this. Okay, so the ID is a string, which is z dot string, like this. Just going to copy this and add it on all these ones. Okay, like so. This is an object, therefore we will have, I think, commas. So this is going to be z dot number. We'll just have this. The image, so the image is also like this, then stock, which is z dot number, and then so basically this is our product schema. Okay, so from this schema we could export the type. So we'll be seeing, instead, since we are sharing the types, we might define all these schemas in the shared. Okay, and then we export them to be used everywhere, because we can now define the types from these ones. Okay, so speaking of this now, this defines the schema. I don't know if you just need to get the types out of this afterwards, so you can see export type. You talk about the responses, you talk about everything that you want to actually do. So let me just have export type. Okay, so let me just go back here in the products schema. So just want to export type product, so the way we had the other one, type of product schema, like this. Okay, so what I don't know is if I'm supposed to actually use this, if I can use this in the shared. Okay, if we can just get this from the shared, but for now let's just leave it like that. Then in the, we go to the routes. So the routes is where we actually create the route. So I'm just going to go here, first of all, try to create a route, so like the list. Okay, I'm just going to go here in this, create. Now the tag here is going to be products, and then we import create route. If you remember, we created this create route. Let me just see where this is imported from. So create route comes from the Hono Zod Open API. So you can just go ahead and import this from Zod Hono Zod Open API, and then you say this is going to be slash products. Its method is get, then the tags, we have put all the tags, and then the responses. How many responses do we have? So for example, in this case we have one, so you can just like remove this, but here is supposed to define all the responses you have. For example, we have these HTTP status codes. We need to import this from the Stalker package. Let me just go back here, and this is how you import it. Okay, so just go back in here, and yeah, so like you have this import a status code from HTTP status code. So this one comes from the Stalker package. You can just go to the Stalker package and look at, he got all these. It is a very nice package for sure. So you just go here. I'm not sure if it is this. No, we can just search for Stalker, like Stalker. Stalker npm, maybe something like that. This was created by CJ. Let's look at the Okay, I don't know how to get to where that is, but this is WCJ. You can see here, this was created by CJ. I think most of you know CJ from Syntax, and I really like him. You can see the project is growing now. You can just always start it, because it is a really nice project. I like it. So it has a lot of packages, a lot of things, that utilities that we are using, and you can see how you use it in here. Even why you get this not found, the on error, they all come from the Stoker package. So that's why it is really nice. So here then we have also the JSON content, and this one also comes from the Stoker package. And then here we can say that is going to return, so JSON content, we pass in the schema here. So here we can pass in the products. Let's just go here, the product response. So if you just go to the schemas, you're supposed to define all the necessary schema. So this returns, for example, you can just say product response. We can just say products response. So this is going to return an array. Okay, z dot array of, I think here we can pass in of the product schema like this. So it's supposed to return this. So now we use this in the route here. Make sure you actually export this. So you just come here and do this, and you're like, okay, if all goes well, it means you cannot return more than this, because here we just said only this, and we can describe this an array of products like this. And this is the standard way of building now an endpoint. So we have this as our route, and then we go to the handlers. So if you just go to the handlers, let's get one handler down here. I'm just going to go and get one handler from this side, maybe from the vote names. So let's just say you are creating this for the list. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's go back to the handlers, and let's add this. So the first one is app route handler. Import this at server lib types. Okay, so you can just use the at server, and then you, okay, I'm just going to go, so create route. Let's see what create route is. Well, you can just get this create route. So create route comes from where is the create route? Comes from this. Oh, okay, this one was just like we now put the name that we exported from the routes. So let's just first go to the routes. We did not finish the routes here. So after you have created this, now you have to export this out. So if you just go back here down, you have to export this, for example, the list route. So I would just go to this, and you're like, export the type of list route. So this one will be this here, product list. So if you wanted, you could call this product list, and then we could just say come here and we call this product list route, and this is from product list, and this is what you use when you go to the handlers here, is what you use. So just come here and you say do this, and you're just going to say this one is product list, like this. And then we're just going to be looking at this get Prisma function. We look at this whatever it is, but right now let's just go and use the one for get. Okay, update get one and list. So let me just copy these two ones. Okay, just get these two, and let's go down here. Okay, I'm just going to add them down here. Okay, so instead of having this as product list, just going to have this one as the product list, and then here is going to be product list route, and then we have seen we're going to get this. We don't have any params right now, so we just simply want to get and return in this case we don't even have a try catch, but if there is any error, c.json, depending on what we said, we want to return here we can just say const products is equal to let's say is equal to what did we use in our dummy data. So in our dummy data we have these products which are mock products. So you can just come here and the handler, and they say this is equal to mock products. Let me just get the mock products and return c.json, and here we're just going to return the products, and then the HTTP status code. Of course we need to get this the HTTP status code. This let's just get it from the routes. This import star from, so this here. Okay, import star, and then here is going to be HTTP status code is dot move this star. It is this yeah, so we have HTTP status code dot okay. Now you can see that this will give us a problem because we said we have only one. Now it says we have two responses where we have even this. Okay, so in that case, if you're going to return like a 500, then you have to go ahead and work on that in here. So in the routes, we have to go here and we say like it's going to have a couple of responses. The second one is dot internal server error, and this does not return this JSON. So you just come here and we can see that message. So you can select, we can just what we put in our lib in the types here, not types, on the constants. So for example, if you always have this the message, can I just create one? Let me go in here so you can see we just need the message. So if you only have the message, I think that one is already there. Let me just see from the original ones in the routes. So if you just go to list, okay, so you look at this internal server error. So we have this create message object, and this create message object is already coming also from the Stoker schemas, so which is nice. So if you just have only the object, you simply pass in like this. If you are passing in only the message. So going back to not this one in here, if you are going back to routes, and we can put internal server error, and we can just import this create from Stoker package. So fade to fetch products, fetch products. Okay, and if you look at this, it just simply have a message. Okay, it simply have a message, and then here you pass in also internal server error like this. So if you just go back to the handlers, this should now be good. Okay, you can see this one is good. Now for get one, so we just also work on this. So get one, so we can just say get single product, get single product, and we have to define this. Maybe just say that go to the routes, and you have to define this endpoint for this. Let me just get one here, and the vote names. So you can just like get one here, and let's go ahead and get one. So first of all, just going to say get single product, and we just go ahead and say create route, and this create route comes from the Honozod Open API, and then we put the endpoint or the path. So this is going to be slash products, and then we have this ID, and this is how you pass it in here. And then we have the then it's a get method, and then the params. So this is why you can define your ID param, which I'm just going also to make sure that we can add it to constants, because it's just almost the same. So I'm just going to go back to route, and where we have this ID param. So you can just go here in the schemas. Remember, this comes from all the schemas. So in the schema here, we can just say the product ID param. But now this, since it is going to be always the same, okay, this is going to be always the same. So what I just always do is, you can just like put this the way we put in constants. So let me just remove it from here. Can add it from here. Okay, so you can see the not found schema. And then just going to go ahead and add it here. Just get the Zod. You can just come here and say import z from Zod, just like this. Now this, we're just going to create ID param, ID param schema, which is ID string minimum. Now you can pass in the Open API, you can pass in here this, whatever just the key you are passing in. So this is not a must you pass in, but we can just go ahead and give an example of what this ID can look like. Let's just say give like, we could just like we'll get one single ID, Okay, then pass it in here, and then now we can use this ID param everywhere. So if we just go back in the products here, we pass in this schema. I like that you can import, if you want to use the @ you need to use @server, then you give whatever it is here. So now this one just going summary, get a single product. Then the description, this gets a single product, like this. Then responses. So you can have like more especially here, they can be really many. So if it goes through, we get the product schema here, and then this is the requested product. Let's just say product, and we have HTTP status code. Now on a processed entity, this is why you pass in the ID, I think ID param schema, invite ID, and then not found. If it is not found, then we can just also get the not found schema, and then you can just come here and we say that product not found, product not found, like this. And this is how you define all the response. So it expects us to have 1, 2, 3 responses, and then now we just also come here and we just say export type of single product route. So you can just come here and we say single product route is equal to type of get single product route. So here we define the routes. Now in here we're just going to go ahead and use this while we have get single. So here's going to be single product route. So we can just first go ahead and get this Prisma. Now we can just get this, and if you just go here and you do this, you said we have the ID here, and now we can just go ahead and get the product. The way we had the product away, I don't need to await for this case. We're just going to go and say mock products data dot find a product whose p dot id is equal to ID, like that. And you just say if there is no product, then we return the message and not found. Otherwise we can just go ahead and return this. Okay, yeah, so this is how you're going to be doing it. So you can also just return a few ones, get the product, you either return it if it is not there, then, but you can just have even more. So then the last one, the last file, which is going to be excuse me, the index, you don't join is the route and the handler. So I'm just going to go back here in the index. So let me just copy this. First of all, we get the create route from so we're just going to go ahead and get the create router. You remember this, we got this one from the in the lib create route. If you remember this here, the create router. in here. Then we can now import the handlers from, in this case, products dot handlers, and these ones are also products. Products dot routes, like this. Then we create the router, and then on the router we just say, if we just say dot, you see that we have two product list. In the handler, we match it with the product list. Then here we just say dot get single, and then here handlers dot get single. That's why normally I always like naming them the same, so that you don't have to get confused. So you can comment out all these other ones. So we have these two endpoints right now, and then we export the router. Now this router we export here is what becomes the endpoint. I'm just going to delete the stats right now. Whatever we export here is what comes in the index. So what is in the index? You see that in the index we first create the app, okay, using the create app. Then we can just say for home we do this, and then for others we do this. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this, create the app. So I'm just going to first, because we already have now this configured, and then also for this. So I'm just going to go ahead and first comment everything here, and then up here just going to use this one. First, let's get this create app. So we have the create app also from libs. Now for home, when someone comes up the route, it goes to home. Now this is not going to work for us, I think, very well. Most especially for the home route, which we don't need actually. So in here we'll just have this home route. Let's get the home route here. I'm just going to go here and get this home. Copy. This is where we're going to return the JSX. We need to return the JSX from this one. We just come to the server routes. So in the routes, let's go ahead and add this home. In the home right now we have two. The one which returns if you want to see how we originated to reach where we are. This is, you can have responses, then you can have the context alone like this. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. What I'm interested in is this one. Okay, this is the one I'm interested in. Let's remove this. Let's say create, and we have the features, key, endpoints, then get started, and then we have this route where you can actually return an HTML. So you can see this is the HTML, join the endpoint HTML, get started HTML, and this is the HTML content joining, and then you can say c.html. We're just going to try, I think for the HTML we don't need any further configuration. That's why I like using this one. I think that's it with the home. Then we can just come here in here, and we actually get this home. So you can import when you're importing from here. Let me see, what do we import? This is how you import home. Where is the home? Okay, so import home from routes, then like that. Let me just use this one. So So if you just go back in here, let's start with import home from art. So here you can just say we have seen that we can actually use art server. So if you just go back to our endpoints here, you see that we are using the art server. So we can just use that. Let's go back the index. So can we just say art server and then slash slash routes. Okay, so slash routes, then routes index, and this is going to be the same thing for the products. So you just simply change this here, products. So you have the products. Let me remove this one or comment it. Products from server routes products and then products.index. So we're just referring to this products.index file, and that one is what you put in these routes. Okay, so in the routes we're just going to have only right now products like so, and just import configure and then this open API. Okay, I don't know if our client is still going to work. Then here we have this route, then dot for each we get access to the route, and then we have route this we put the API, and this means that our endpoint is actually pointing at the API. If you don't want that, then you can just remove it from here, which I always want us to have it on API, but the home page you can see for it is not on the API. So now the client has a problem because it is saying that I think we have export default here now, so you can just simply what was there before. Let's just look at, so we had export default app. And currently right now, if you just go back to the client, index has no export member app. Did you mean to use app from okay, let's just first go back here. This had export default or has export just, because you can see as if like, or it was just like using this export, I believe, because we have export const app, and then here we have this app, and then here we have export default app. So I'm just going to actually get this. I don't know. Type. How do you do that? The client app is not there. Let me just go back in here. So we can also just export const like this, the way this one was. Still client is complaining. how comes we had like two export defaults here? There's export default this, and then there's also export const app. Even here we have the const app, and then we have export default app. They just say import app from index. Okay. Then here is saying that the return type, the client is return type of HC and type of this. Does not specify the constraint, blah blah. Because right now we have a lot of things. Properties of env are incompatible. Type unknown. So the client has a problem apparently with this. I don't know if I just use what about this one? I don't know if we use that, if it works. Just export this, and then the app type still is having the same problems. If you just go to the app type, okay, I think we have now one. I think this is TypeScript, which is loading, taking time to load, and this is a known issue. If you go to Hono and you go to the RPC page here, there are some known problems. If you just go down, I think there is what they say the known problems. You can just go ahead and read about them. Somewhere they talk about the known problems, and one of them is taking time to TypeScript being slow. That is one of the things, because it is generating a lot of types. Okay, so we just assuming that everything is good. I don't know if we run right now. If we just go ahead and run, go back, we could first run the client, because we still have the types fighting here. Okay, we still have the types here not rendering the way we want. We get type of this, and then to get the client return type of HC client. Let's say in the Notion part, I had that part for the Hono client. I just wanted to see how if I manage to do this, set it up anywhere, the Hono client. I'm just going to first leave it at that. The problem is that we aren't going to run the build. I just want to simply go to kill this cd ... and just go ahead and clear this. I just want to run Bun, run Dave, just to see like what is actually on the server. Just go back on the server. I don't know when now we're using which stuff, but I'm just going to go ahead and try to go to localhost. Let's just go to one of them. We have a lot of open files. Can I close some of these things here? The deployments and all these. Just going to first go ahead and close this so that we have few files. Okay, so you just go localhost and you go to 3000 API products. So this server does not even exist. So let's just try 8000. This doesn't exist. So just try 8787. Okay, so it seems all of them we are not having. Which one did I run? So here the dev internal server unable to determine why task exited. Let's just go here. Okay, there are some packages that we have that cause the problems. So here it checked. You can see that it went and checked this here. The package NodePass wasn't found on the file system, but is built into Node. So I think we're supposed to use the one from Bun. I'm not sure. Now here we have this. It can't resolve the path. Okay. Okay. Then we have also crypto. I think crypto also comes from. I get the point. So let's just first go to that file where we have the path, and then we have the crypto. So the first one is inside the. Let me see this side. Do we have crypto this side? No. Where we have the env.ts. So we have this node path. So that is one thing that we need to remove. So we just need to see how we can, I think, use Bun on this. And then another one is the crypto. Where are we using the crypto? I don't know whether it is just in the middleware, because in the middleware is where I used this random. So let's start with this one and see if we can get a replacement for this. So I'm just going to say I'm using Bun. So it's supposed to import from Bun, or let me just go here. I'm just going to say here I am using Bun. Does it mean that when you just like compile whatever they're just going to the environment they are going to use, are we supposed to use like Bun? Okay, I just try to use Bun. I'm just going to say I'm using Bun. How can I replace this? So if you're just using Bun and trying to get the random ID from node crypto, so instead so it's saying that in Bun you can use built-in crypto global, which provides a random method. Here is the replacement, so you don't need to just simply do crypto dot. Okay, let's just go and see. So we just remove this and we simply just say crypto dot crypto dot. Yeah, actually you can see it here. So you can just like use crypto dot random ID. If this one generates now a string, because say type crypto is enable type force this. Not sure. This type crypto is not assignable type string. So what does this return? I saw it returns the string. The key change is this: the crypto global variable ban. The standard alternative you want to keep using, yes, import. So they say here that Bun is compatible with Node.js, so not modules. So your original code should work as is in Bun. Yeah, actually, supposed to use the way like because Bun supports Node.js out of the box. Everything that runs in Node should actually run in Bun. Because with this one, let me see, the random ID that is generated here was actually, why is the error gone now? I think it was still loading. The TypeScript is slow now, I think because of these problems we talked about. We can also ask what else was it in the env here. We have this node path. And I'm just going to say what of this one. The node path. So if you prefer to keep using path resolver for both, or keep node path as it is, since Bun is compatible. I don't know why it is giving us errors, and Bun says everything is supposed to be I don't know. but they say that everything supported in Node is actually supported in Bun. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to be the case. So here we have the path to be the current and slash process. Okay. I don't know if this now will work. Let's go ahead and try to clear this. And let's say bun run dev. And the dev is down. So if you just go ahead and see this, I don't know why we are getting this. Const path is require path. I don't know where this is. Path wasn't found on the system. Let me just give this to we just debug and see if we can fix this. So Cloudflare Worker doesn't support Node.js built-in models by default. You have two options: add the Node.js compact flag or add to Wrangler. Okay. This enables node compatibility and Cloudflare Workers, allowing it to use Pass OS and Crypto. Option 2, remove .env dependency, better for workers. Cloudflare Worker doesn't use .env files, they use Wrangler variables defined in Wrangler toml or secrets. You should remove the .env setup entirely. The problem why we want this is I'm just going to leave this the flag thing in here, the compatibility. I'm just going to add this. Okay. Yeah, so we have this. It is already there actually. The compatibility flag. So with that in place, let's run. I'm just going to run again. Okay, so we have now workers fade to start, which is a different one. So if you just check this, override service core user server, and our core type error cannot read properties on a defined parent. If you just look at our server dev, Okay, I'm just going to see what we want to do on the with this. So here we have this database URL. Maybe we just need to go in this and make sure we add also database URL. Just going to add something here. I don't think it is going to check. Just check, see if it is there. Let me start again. Just going to delete this. We might just remove this check of the env, and we just simply leave that check. If it continues giving us the problems, okay, so we still have this this error, and if you just look at it, is getting it from .env. If you look at this .env, we are using it to read these values that we are using. I just don't know why it is. Let's first put the original one, how it was. Just going to go here and go to this. So it had everything done the way it is, and then up here we were using path. So here it is path resolve in the config. So let me go back in here. And we're importing path from path. Just like this. So just import this path here. I'm just going to go ahead and stop that, and we see if that problem goes away. So if you save, I'm just going to go ahead and stop this. Clear. So if it does that again, I'm going to look for a way of actually removing it. Oh, but another thing, we have to put .dev.vars. Remember, the environmental variables for Wrangler, they are read in .dev.vars. So I'm just going to go back, duplicate the .env, and let's rename this one to .dev.vars. Like this. Let me hope this is also added. in the git ignore. Let's see server. So here we can just also add that dev.vars. Okay, so we just also add the same things. Let me start again. Okay, we still have the same problem, and this is still coming from this in here. So let me just try to remove that and see if we can have a peace of mind. So if I just go back to constants, wherever we're using the if I remove this file here, just want to see where we get issues in the okay, in the lib. Okay, so this it updated. Let me just go ahead and comment this out. What were we using this for? So here we are getting the context, and here we are trying to, I think, validate object.assign I don't know, we're just going to remove this check for now. Is there any other place? Let me just go ahead and check for this. And then types. I think that's the only place we're using it. So if I delete this file, maybe we're just going to use it to create it in the future. I'm just going to first remove it entirely, and even these products, maybe we first leave it there for now, this one. Let me stop the server. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and run Bun. We could remove we could just go to the backend, to the server, and you can say Bun remove the .env and .env expand. Let me just see. We have .env. So this is called .env, and then there is .env expand. .env expand. So we can just go ahead and remove these entirely. Okay. I'm just going to say clear. So in the types here, the environment that we are passing in the app bindings. Let's see if we can just like get that. Where is the okay? This was the environment. Okay, we can just like maybe get this type of the env schema, and then we are passing it in this. So here, let's go ahead and put back that file dot env. It's not dot env, it was just like env.ts. This time we can just like add these two like so. I can just remove up here. So right now we just don't have other things, we just simply have the export for this. So on the types, we can just now get this. I'm just going to go ahead and run the build again. This is still loading the this environment here. Let's give it some seconds. Okay, so let me just import Zod here. The TypeScript now is very slow. I don't know if that is the client thing that is making it slow or from Zod. I'm just going to import Z, and then if you just go back in the types, I'm just going to use at server slash I think it's supposed to be server slash env. As you have said, this takes time to really load the TypeScript. If it continues like this, we'll find out if we find that the client, this whole thing of the client is the one which is causing the problem, then I'll just have to remove that client, because you can see basically the TypeScript is really extremely slow right now. You can see it is loading, and it takes time to go ahead and getting these values. You can even see this one, it hasn't, you can see it is still having the old one, it is still processing it. Okay, I don't know if we stop this client and we use the API. I just go ahead and use the API, guys, because the client in the known issues here, if we just go to Hono RPC known, it was something like I don't know, it was like known drawbacks. Let me just go back here. So when they're saying when the app is really big, it comes with some kind of drawbacks. Client is this. So you can see now the other ones are fixed. We still just have this the client. I don't know what we do for it, but it is still causing problems. Let me just again run this. So node env is local, log level database, everything looks okay. So here we have service core, user, and then server. Cannot read properties of an undefined parent. Okay, if you look at z.type open API, okay, so I don't know if we cd into server and we run bun run build and just like look at the errors we get specifically here. Okay, so we first get these errors that we all know. So we start from this, the client. So I'm just going to give see if we can fix these with AI. So if I just go here and also give it I give it the index. So let's go ahead and add the errors that we have. Okay, I'm just going to do this. Just going to say when I run build, I get errors. Tiba screenshot dan regular Hono. Okay. Type inference is conflicting with your app bindings. So you can go to our index.ts and export different app as unknown as Hono. Then to update the client to handle Open API. Okay, let's first see the first one. I think the recommended one is exporting the app. So basically we just go to index and here we export default like this. Okay, so that fixes the problem. So let's go ahead and run build again. You know what happened? Okay, seems the build was successful. So if I just come back, cd back, and then let's run bun run dev. Just going to go back to the server. Okay, so we still have this problem here. So that is another problem. So let's just say here when I run grad dev, just going to go ahead and get these logs. Basically you cannot get these. I have another error. Okay, it didn't. So when we start Wrangler Dev, let's cd into the server. I just run bun run dev. So here we actually get this. So when I run, basically we come to this point. So it's saying the error related to Zod open API tried to access metadata that doesn't exist in the Cloudflare workers environment. The issue that the open API doesn't work properly in workers. So configure open API. Okay. So if you just the metadata, there is what we have. If it talks about that and you look at the metadata from open API, does it come to this? There is why we define the products actually in the constants here. It's why we have this. I'm not sure if this is the problem. Let me just remove this. Just going to remove this and we leave only this. See if we get a different error. Okay, we still get the same error. Zod type open API in create message object schema. Okay, we have here where we have the create message. I think that's the two places. Another one is also in here. Okay, we can just like go ahead. I'm not sure if that is the problem, but we can just go ahead and define our own schema. for that case, I can just come here and we can just come and say in the constants, basically you have the create message. So you have create message object schema, which we are using in here. I'm just going to create the I'm just going to say the message, for example, we're adding it. I'm just going to go here. So we're adding it in here. So I'm just going to say z.object. First import the z.object, and then in here just going to say message, and yes, something went wrong. Something went wrong. We can just import. We can just import z from Zod. Okay. Okay, so this one, z dot string, just like this. So for that case, I'm just going to where we have these constants, so you can just also go ahead and first comment this. We're not using most of this. Okay, so we can just go ahead and add this. Message z.string like this, and then in the handlers. Okay, so everything looks good. I'm not sure if that was the problem, but just keep on trying until you just get what the problem is. And you can see actually the problem was in that, because right now we have 8787. So that means I can stop this clear and then just say bun cd into, and then just say bun run dev, and then if you just go back to our server, it is running nicely on this. If you just go back to the localhost 8787, you can see that we actually get API products. Now what I don't know is the front end. So if you just go back this side, we need first cd and run the build. So if you just go back to the server, cd server, and let's run bun run build like this. So this, at some point, this worked. Okay, so it means that the client, this side on the client was generated. So if I just go back to where if I go back to the lib, so first of all, to the hooks, they still actually show that they have the products, but the most important thing is actually in the client here. So this should have /API. Okay, should have /API. I'm just going to go ahead and go on. What's that? I'm just going to go to where we have localhost 5.1. Okay, so welcome to this view products. Okay, so it says something is wrong. Okay, so just go back here. So we have the core policy for this here, because we specified properly our core policy. So if I just go back to if we just go back to the index, let me see. It was in the create app, I think, here, where we specified the defaults, and you can see we actually have it HTTP localhost 5.1 because of this. Yeah. It was because of this slash that was here. So now everything is still looking good. We are back to happiness. So the one thing that we want to test on the backend is one thing, which is if you go to slash, I think it's supposed to be /doc. If you just go /doc, we're not supposed to see. If you go back to not the, I haven't checked the logger, but I just want to go to where we have the configure open API. So when we have here, supposed to have the the open API standard, and if you just go /Scalar, supposed to use this. I'm very sure now which now Scalar. Okay, so the Scalar is loading, but there is no document. Ep1 API1 could not be loaded. So basically something is not right with, because on the doc we're supposed to get actually the schema. So you can see the schema is not giving us anything. Okay, let's see what would be the problem, more especially with this. Just going to go to Scalar. It was Hono Scalar. to this reference. So let's just follow this. First you install this, and then set up the Zod Open API and Hono and pass the configured URL to the Scalar middleware. So suppose get the Scalar, we get the app, and then URL is doc or with dynamic configuration. I think we're just trying to get this app.get. Because the app.get is here. It is not showing how to set up the docs. Here it is saying that so the problem is in here. Where we have this app.doc. There's where we're supposed to call this configure API. Suppose to call it in the index. You can see here. Then we pass in the app, but it is not actually generating the routes. Let me see in this other one. So if you just go inside the app.ts, you have all the routes. And then we pass in configure, and then here we add this. So how do we debug this? Let me just go and in the Hono, and the docs app.doc. Oh, we could just like also ask the AI, see what it can say in this. So I have this, and then when we call it in the index, it's, and when I visit /doc, I get an empty object. So it's trying to say that we add it at the end. Which makes sense. Let's see. Is there any other change? So it's saying that the issue is configured before JSON the routes. The open document needs to generate after. So you have this, then have the routes, and then we have this. The order matters because app.doc generates the documentation based on the routes that are registered. And if you call it before JSON the route, it will document an empty API. Routes need to be registered, and then also make sure your route definition, for example, your product.index should look something like this. Okay, they just go ahead and just need to look at this, and you know, the loading local server. Let's go ahead and if you just say API, so this one works. So we have this Wrangler API docs 200. Let's go ahead and we look at the doc. So we still get server error. I'll just get server error. I think I just need to run these things independently. So I'm just going to go ahead and have one like this here. I will cd into the server bun run dev. Okay. This is going to start the server. Okay, nice. I'll just go to another terminal here, cd, then cd into client, and then just going to say bun run dev. Okay, so the last one, we can just say cd into the shared, and then say bun run dev. So this is also watching. So instead, why I just want them like this is we can just go look at the server for these logs and other things. So when I just go to API/products, you can see that the logger we have right now, this logger is not using this Pino, the Pino logger. I just want to see how this in the create app. I think you're supposed to pass the logger in here. App.use logger, and we can just import this logger from the that. Let's see. Reloading the local server. I'm just going to go here and reload. Yeah, so now you can see it gives us edited request with the cookie, the host, and all these nice details. I'm not seeing the request ID. I'm just supposed to generate the. It has the cookie host. Supposed to have somewhere. Yeah, okay, the request ID is here. So we have here the response 200, and then the request ID here, and the response time is 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. I don't know. So that's what I wanted. Now I want to see the errors that we get when we just go to /doc. So when we go to /doc, you can see that we clearly get the 500. We get a 500 when we visit doc. Check if the routes are using open API format. Create route is coming from there. Instead of importing a package, let's just also put the package version here. Maybe might be the problem. I'm just going to add our API version, and then here we're just going to say API version, just like that. Okay, might just be like only this problem here, because what else would there still have this internal server error? Also, I think I will just also first try to configure it, and maybe afterwards I will just have to come and I show you, because you can see here how they say finally set up here, app.openapi.route. Let me just try to debug it, and then I'm just going to let you know. And they have even a Scala here, actually. Before we leave, they have Scala here is render beautiful API, and then you install the Scala Hono reference, or Hono API. So there are two setup: the Z Open API Hono or Hono Open API, and pass the you pass in this, or with this is from the documentation, with the same thing that is in the documentation. Okay, so if we just go back, there is Zod Open API and Hono API. I don't know which one we're using. We're using Hono Zod Open API. This one is an extended blah blah, and generates the Open API Swagger documentation. So first define your schema with Zod. So you get the Zod from this. Oh, okay, I think I know what the problem is. So where we have been getting our Zod, let's start wherever we have the Zod. I'm not sure if now all these Zod. Okay. So define your Zod, and that object should be imported. So we're just getting the Zod from instead of just using this Zod. So when you just go to import here Zod, this is going to come from Zod Open API. Okay, it did not import. Okay, can just go ahead and paste this in. So you can see, for example, we have this .open API, and then you put these params. If you remember where we did that. I'm just going to put this param example dot. Okay, let's just put the whole dot open API. Okay, so the schemas are all supposed to be defined using Zod that comes from this open API. So just go here wherever we have the Z. I don't know. Just go to create app. Okay, so we have one Zod here. Types. And then we just go to our schema here. So this, I think, where the problems came from. Okay. I don't know if there is any other place, even I don't know if this one you're supposed to use the Zod from Zod Open API or not. Okay, just going to go ahead and remove some of these things here and clean up also here. Okay, let's try again and see. Just going to say clear, and let's run run dev. Okay, so now again we get the error that we are having. If you look inside, this comes from Zod Open API. Okay, so there are two. What about this Hono Open? So I think the Hono Open API, this one is the simple one, because okay, so you just come here to create route. I don't know. Let's just first go ahead and comment out this. Okay, so the problem seems to be actually on this line. Let's go to this. Still have the same problem. Even when we define our so if you just read maybe more details. So request is this get, then we have the headers, the cookie, host, status, I don't know. I don't know if it added, there is why it added for us to. Let's look in the first one. Add error handling to configure this. So we could just have the error handling to see. Okay. Let's try this. I'm just going to this. Maybe we first make a duplicate, and let's copy this. I'm just going to go here. So after debugging for a while, I think I know what the problem is. So the problem is on the routes, and more especially this route here. Okay, this route is what it is the one which has a problem. So if you comment it out, these open API, I've even just duplicated them as I was testing, but it doesn't matter right now, because whether you define this as API version or not, it doesn't matter right now. What matters, so I'm just going to go here and use actually this one. Let me see if they are the same. I'm just going to go ahead and get this first one here. Okay, we could import this the way it is, like you can see this one is importing it from package.json, is importing it from the actual package.json, which is okay. So we can just either delete this and we remain with one. And if we just go back now and we visit the path, the /doc, you can see that now we get the specification. That means if you just go to Scalar, right now, I actually have the app. I have the products, which is this, and you can just see it has the 200 and the 500. So if I just go ahead and try to execute this, you can see that this actually returns the items. So the whole entire problem that we are having right now is coming from how this API, this one, so I just commented it out in the index. So if you just see here, commented out until we fix the Zod instance. So if I just go ahead and I put back this, I may just over putting like this and reload the server, you see that this will get a problem. So if I just go back to /doc, so you see that the problem comes, and if you just go to the terminal, you see that we get now the 500. And if you just go ahead and try to see where the problem comes from how we are defining in here the route. We have this route which is products in here, and then the get, and then this ID param. Now the ID param, we defined it here. I'm just going to go ahead and cut this ID param. Let's add it first of all in the schema here, where we have all these other schemas, these ones. And if you just go ahead, I'm just going to go ahead and first comment this, and let's get this ID param. Now I just want to go ahead and check onto these ones. Maybe let's go on let me just go to what, I'm not sure if we have like another route I can use to check on this in the routes, because I totally don't understand why we are having an error. So you can see you just like pass like this, and you pass in the ID, and then here you pass in the request as params, and then you just go ahead and you have these two and internal server error. So if you just go to this ID param, okay, so you can see these ones are having also the Zod. And you know, for the funny thing that this Zod is coming from the normal Zod, and if you just come here, this this Zod here is coming from the Zod, which is just like from Zod. and it has this open API with the param and this. Let's just copy this one. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and replace with this. I'm just going to comment this, and let's look at so if you look at this ID param z.object, and then here is ID, then z.string minimum, and then open API with the name and in the path. And if you get this Zod from Zod, okay, and in the routes, let's see, so you have the products ID, and yeah, like everything looks exactly the way it's supposed to here. The only problem is the error. So if we fail to figure this out, so you can see that right now, after changing that, is that we get this import reloading this. So now you said it cannot get properties of undefined parent. So I don't know if this, you can see it is coming from Zod.open API. I'm not sure of the, we can just like check the let's just like try to check the package.json. We compare some notes here. So first of all, the Hono Zod open API. Let me just go this side. Package.json. So the Hono Zod open API is 0. Let me just try to get these dependencies to be the same. You never know, we can just see because all of them has they are just like they updated. So we have even Hono node server. I will just go ahead and I'll just go ahead and just put these packages. This one, okay, I will just put the same. So this, you can see this one is having 8.2. We're using the old version, so I will just cut this. Let me just put them in the fix, fix.md. I'll just put the ones that I've copied from here. So the one that we want is this. In the fix, what they put here. This one is 8.2. That is the one that is in the package here. So just replace it with this one. Then we have Hono Zod open API. I'm just going to go here. copy this and let's bring it to this. Let me just cut this one. Just going to add it in here. Then we have the Scalar API reference. So if you look at the Scalar API reference, just going to cut this and put it also here. I think those are the ones that matter. So even Stoker, I don't know Stoker is on which version, and Wrangler. Let me just go back this side. Okay, so if you look at Stoker, was at 1.2. Just going to go and get Stoker here. Okay, and then we have Zod. So using Zod 3, the one that we have here is Zod 3, and in this, I'm not sure what do we have here. Actually, for some reason, we don't have Zod. Yeah. If you just go back here, in the dependencies, you're supposed to have Zod. So these are the dependencies. Let me just add Zod. Okay. And then what else? We have here Wrangler. So just want to see also the Wrangler that we have. So just come down here. We have Wrangler 4.32, and this one is 4.4. Just going to just add it in the fix. Okay, so I'm just going to stop the server and run bun install. Yeah, I think supposed to run bun install, something like this. Because cannot tell me the same code that generated everything has issues. Okay, they just have this. Now I'm just going to have bun run Dave. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and we have it. And we have it, guys. So if you just go to Scalar, so you have even the get single endpoint. I'm just going to go ahead and test this. Let's pass in here a value of like 2 and run this, and this works. Oh my god. Yeah, so this what it takes. I don't know how much I will say this data kit, but it has tortured me to the fullest. Okay, because figuring and configuring these are really not easy, but so far where we are doing good. I love this. Yeah, So that's nice. So we're just going to go at this point. I think we should first build and deploy this, and we see if everything is still working. Because if you remember, the client is still running very well, which is really nice. There's one thing though that we have to check to change on the client. So if you just look at this is /API. So before I send the deployment, we can just go to project configuration. We go back to where we have the environmental variables. I'm just going to go back to where we have this edit, and it is where we have this. So this now needs to have /API. Okay, this needs to have /API. I'm just going to go ahead and save. So what I just need is to go ahead and first of all, let's run the build to make sure that actually everything is still working. I will add another one, bash, and this one is going to run run build, run build. So just going to build this and see if we just actually have everything working. So the first one is this. It is building. Okay, nice. And we have success. So I'm just going to go ahead and git add dot. I'm just going to say first of all git commit. I'm just going to say added Scalar docs, and then git push, and then we just have to go ahead and say run grad deploy, because so just going to say bun run deploy, and just going to say server. So this should just go ahead and deploy and give us. So after this, we're just going to focus on adding in Prisma. Just going to go ahead and add in Prisma, and we see how everything is going to work. And we might stick to Prisma 6. They changed a lot of things in Prisma 7 that I'm not sure if everything is okay. By the way, we didn't check the home page. Let's just go here. Oh, okay. So it has this this page, which is good. So if we just go back to the hosted version, which is this link here. So this was deployed nicely, and if you just go here where we have Scalar, and nice. Oh my god, I just love this. Okay, this is really great, guys. It's that we managed to add this in the BVR. Like it was a hassle. Okay, it was a typical hassle. Right now this is super great. I'm so much feeling myself, and you can see that this is extremely fast. You can see this is taking 69 milliseconds. Of course, at the end of the day, I will actually seed like 1,000 items, and we see how long it takes when we are testing. We're going to do this when we're doing K6. After this video, at the end I will do K6 Grafana. So those who don't know K6 Grafana, we do this for testing the load testing and all those nice things. Those who haven't done it, this is how it is done. You just go ahead and test like an endpoint and everything. You get, so yeah, we do K6, and that's going to be a separate video where we are testing the load testing and seeing how do we set up like the load balancers and all other things. Yeah, so far this is good. Let's go ahead and set up the DB. So now if you just go to Prisma itself, if I just go to Prisma, in the documentation they now have Hono, how this is supposed to be set up. So if you just go to Hono, you have this. The problem is that the Prisma doesn't work with D1. Prisma with Cloudflare D1. Does this even exist? It just like exists using Cloudflare D1. I'm going to bind using Prisma and Cloudflare D1. Explain the common and difference between Cloudflare D1 and other service providers through process of configuring application to integrate with D1. So D1 is the Cloudflare's native serverless database and was initially launched in 2022. It's based on SQLite and it can be used when deploying application with Cloudflare workers. Okay. Which is a nice thing. Common commonalities with other database provider. D1 is based on SQLite. So many aspects of using Prisma with D1 are just like using Prisma with any other relational database you can steer. So model a database with Prisma schema. So you can just use it and then use Prisma ORM existing SQL database in your schema. Okay. If I just do this, then use my Prisma client in your application, talk to the how to connect D1. So when you're using Prisma with D1, you need to use the SQLite database provider and this here. If you want to deploy Cloudflare worker with D1 and Prisma, you have to follow these instructions. I just wanted to use D1 and feel like see how this feels using the Wrangler CLI with Prisma migrate diff. Comes on its migration system that works with Wrangler D1. So create the initial migration. So you go ahead and create this. And then create the migration file, your database name, then create the user table. Since this is the very first migration, this command will prompt you to also create a migration folder. Know that if you want your migration files to be stored in a different location, you can customize it using Wrangler. And then migration. I just going to first we can just first use the Postgres, and then afterwards if it fails to use Postgres, then we can actually just go ahead and use the Prisma the D1. Okay, we just go ahead and use the D1. There is a full documentation on how to use this. Create a new with Prisma npm create Cloudflare latest D1, then cd D1, then init. Oh, so you use this, and then Prisma, then configure the Prisma client, and provider is SQLite. Prisma client and adapter D1, and then you create a D1 database. Here you put your name. Now here you say that this is a placeholder that can be used to create your D1. Okay. Then you put it. You go ahead and specify this in your Wrangler JSON. Then set up the migration. This seems to be good. This looks to be good, because that would be just like nice if you're just like using, since we're using Cloudflare, use like D1. The only problem is that, I don't know, we could first use Postgres, and if it doesn't work, we're just going to use D1. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to go to Neon. So the last time the Neon database didn't work very well with this. Okay. But I'm just going to first try to create this. I'm just going to create it, and I call it Beaver starter kit. Okay, I'm just going to add this in Frankfurt. Just go ahead and create this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and connect my database URL, Control C. So I just need to add this in the .env, which is here, like so, and also in dev.vars in here, like that. So that's the first step, and now the second step is us going ahead and initialize. So we just need to be in the server, which I'm just going to stop right now. So in the server here is where we need to add, we need to initialize. So you can just say, first of all, we can just say bun add. So if you just see right now, they brought in a lot of stuff. If you just go to Hono, there is the setup with Hono here. So the ones we want to install are these ones here. Just going to say, so since most of the things are using Wrangler, I'm just going to first of all just go ahead and install this. So it uses Prisma, TSX types, and all these. I'm not sure if they will help us. And then we also have Prisma client. Okay. Just going to meanwhile, you can just also check like Cloudflare D1 pricing, just like see how do they price this. So they build it like this. So here, workers free, workers paid. So you give, you get 5 million reads, and then written 100,000, storage 5 GB, which is good actually. 5 GB is good. And then this paid, I don't know, like workers paid, that is like paid, how much do you pay? Standard, I don't know how much you pay here, but I think they add these and then they be adding on top 0.3 per additional million. So example pricing, monthly cost 5, requests, okay, might just like try D1. Let me just continue install other things, these ones. Bun add. So yeah, we add the Prisma adapter, Postgres, and .env. And this one just like for reading Prisma, because as we saw that, so you can just write the init. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and add this npx prisma db init. Now I'm just going to go ahead and remove this dash dash db. So if you put dash dash db, it will prompt you to give you the database from Prisma. So if you run init, this should just create us a couple of files. So this initialized Prisma, it created Prisma this and Prisma config. So Prisma would have added database or already exists in the env. Then connecting existing database, then run db pull, create new database. Okay, so we have this now configured. We have the Prisma config. So the file was generated by assuming that, so we just need to run a few things here. If you continue down, we need to define a user. Okay, for now we're just going to create a product. Since we have the product, that would be easy for us. So I will just go in the Prisma here, schema, and let's define the product. So you can just say model, and then you say product, and then let's go ahead and find, for example, ID, which is a string at ID, and then at default CUID, like this. And let's go ahead and bring all other things from this product. So you can just go ahead and bring all these things here. And let's go to Prisma. Let's add all this. So we start with the name, which is going to be a string. Now, since we have we just have the database, let's add a slug, which is a string unique. Description, let's just say it is a string, and you can just say this not required. And let's say price, which is going to be a float. Image, which is also going to be a string, and I can just say not required. Category, let's say a string, not required. Stock, just going to say it is an int, like this. Then we can just add created at, which is daytime, and you can just say add default now. And then lastly is updated at daytime, and then at updated at. So this is the our schema. We can just like put the ones which are required up here. Okay. Okay. So these are the ones that are required. So you have just added Slug in the product, which is okay. So after adding this, we should just be able to run like npx Prisma migrate dev dash name init. So you could just run this, but basically after this we have the Prisma config. So here we migrate, and then you can generate, and then you can see database. Then you can add the seed file. So this is the one, the lib Prisma is what I just want to create this one, but that is after you have generated. Okay, so the migration file was created, which is a good sign. So I'm just going to go ahead and run npx Prisma generate. So when you run this, it's going to go in the server. I think in the source is going to generate. You can see here they generated. Okay. So then it creates this here. Now for our case, we're just going to follow this. If you just go back to this one and you see how we handled Prisma here, in the Prisma there is this db.ts, and what this one simply does is simply doing this, as simple as this. So I just want to do this. And in this case we're using Prisma 6. Okay, we're using Prisma 6, but let me just go ahead and try to use this. Okay, so let me just go in the Prisma. I'm just going to add a folder for db.ts, and let's add this. So since we generated the Prisma client, you can remove this accelerate since we are not using the one for Prisma Postgres. Just going to import this, and it comes from a server generated client, and now we have this data source URL. So now in this, let's first see the one that they provided here, because I guess even them here they are just saying that because when you deploy this, sometimes it doesn't work, but you can see it has this, and then context. So if you want to get it, you can add it in the context. So if you just go here, you get Prisma, you see .get Prisma. Okay, let's try this method and see. So we just get this, and let me just actually do this. So we export. Let's try to get actually Prisma client. Okay, so this adds it, you can see it adds it in the context as Prisma, and then let's go ahead and you add this Prisma here in the variables. So if you just go to create app, so this is where we have app bindings, and in this is where we add things. So we just add Prisma, then we get the Prisma client. Let's see why this one is gotten. Generated Prisma client. So now this, it means it has been added in the context as Prisma. So if you want to do anything, you can just go basically and do it. You can just like get the Prisma like this. Okay, so I'm just going to go to try to get this. So we could just go ahead and add, if you just go to the tables, I just want discard changes. I just want to go to the product and let's add a new record. So you can add a name, which is going to be test product slug test price 100, stock 100, description test, image test, categories test, and then these ones have the default, so you can just go ahead and save changes. The NAR value in the column ID, okay, I'm not sure why we have to create the okay, we're just going to use the create method. Let's go ahead and get to the API. So you can just go ahead and check out the product handlers here, and let's go to so we can just go ahead and create get single get product list. So here we can just get Prisma, get Prisma, and I comment this, and Prisma here is equal to, so you can see here we see c.get so you can, here we're just doing c.env.that. So here you just say c.get, and then you get Prisma. Okay, and then on this Prisma you can do a lot of things, like we can find the users, the products. So const products is equal to await Prisma dot product dot find many, just like that. And then we can just go ahead and comment out these products. So the return here is that this one has they have in the types which are different. Okay, they have types which are different. So I could just say as, maybe here, this one's supposed to be in here and they try here actually. Okay, so this has a problem, but I can just say as, I just say as product array like this. Okay. So I would just want to go ahead and go see this endpoint, or let's run the server and see if we actually still have any problem. Okay, so if I just go to slash API products, so we have the message fetch so this now has a API products has a server error. I'm not sure. Fetch products. It returns back the message and consoles the error. So let's just go ahead and see what would be the error actually. Undefined cannot properties of undefined product. I don't know what that is. On this I think Prisma. So if you consider log this Prisma, let's go ahead and see. So you can see here on the Prisma we have undefined. Okay, we have undefined. So let me try the other old technique and see if we have something. So in this one, what we did, we created this which almost looks like the one it actually did here. So here you can see the get database URL, and then we have the adapter, and then we create the Prisma here. So what basically the other one does, if I duplicate and then we bring the other one, this one. I'm just going to go back here and let's see what the difference. So first of all, we remove this and we also remove this. Okay, so we have this which takes in database URL, and then we generate the Prisma client, and now here the data source is not defined like that. If you get the database URL, you have to get the adapter. Okay, so in here you first get the adapter from the Prisma PG, and then this is this, whatever we pass in. So after getting this, then you get the Prisma with the adapter. So I don't know what other parameters that we have in here, but this is how we get this. So you get the adapter. So let me just comment, simply bring this. Comment this one out, and let's go ahead and bring this Prisma, and that's the one that we want to return. So now for this one, when you go to product handler, you will not get the Prisma like this. You will simply call get Prisma. Let's go back here in this, in the DB. So export get Prisma. Okay, I'm just going to go here. We are not able to see this. I don't know why. It is trying to import the Prisma client. So if you just go in any of these routes in the handlers here, you'll see that we get Prisma is gotten like this. Now if you look at where we are getting this from, we are getting it from Prisma DB. Okay, let me just go back here. It's going to say import from Prisma. Why do I put this? So here we could just like go and say add server. Then you have, oh, for some reason they in the server, the Prisma folder is not actually seen. There is no anywhere you have the Prisma folder. Okay, I don't understand that. Okay, let me just move this some other place, like in the source lib. Okay, Just going to move it in the source lib here. Let's go back to this get Prisma. Okay, so here now we can see it. We can see it, get Prisma, and then here you pass in c.env dot database URL. Okay, so just want to console log Prisma and also the database URL to actually know that this is propagating. Okay, I'm just going to print those two. Okay, so can just basically go to this endpoint. Okay, so let's go back here. Maybe stop the server and let's start again. Okay, so this side we have an error. The path argument must be of type string or an instance of your received and undefined. So I don't know what this one now is coming from. Type the path argument must be of type string or an instance of. Okay, so before we actually get into this, let me first leave these products. So I think this we can just, before we get the Prisma and this, we can first actually check if they are going through. So you can just go ahead and we start again. Bun run dev. Don't understand right now because we commented out everything. But it seems we are still having some issue. So if we just go on this, so the one that we use it I'm just going to put back this one. I'm just going to come here and we say .js. Okay, and then when we come back here, go back to the other one of getting like this, c.getPrisma here, and you console Prisma. Let's remove these two here. So this one looks good, and if you just go back and yeah, so this gives us this, and if you go back here, just want to look at database URL, is that, oh, actually we even get the database URL, like this is being gotten, but then the Prisma is undefined. Why are we having Prisma undefined? So even if we generate Prisma client, because at this point where we just call the, when does this this run, this DB here, because we have function, when do they run this? Because this function export different default with Prisma. So when do they run that function with Prisma? If we just go back here, so here we have so when we have this middleware with Prisma, when do we run that? So here we have added that it has this. Okay. Okay, so okay, so you call this in between here, since it is a middleware. Okay, so now for our case, how do we run that? Because if we are to run that, that means that we need to run it like in the because when you call this and then this is when you supposed to go ahead and call this middleware. So since it's a middleware, I think we can run it. Can we just add it in the create app where we have these other middlewares? App the use, and then we call this with Prisma. Here it is saying that it cannot be used like that. Let's code it and see. It cannot be coded like that. Cannot be used as a value because it was imported using import type. This is not type. Okay. Because okay, let's start the app. So now we have the problem of the path argument must be of type string, received and undefined. And it is because of this here. So if I start again, I stopped this. If I just go back to the product, need to find the surprising thing is that actually here the database URL, we actually have it, which we can create the Prisma from here. Let me leave the database URL. So if I go back to here, if you just check, is that actually we have, surprisingly, we have the database URL here. So that means we can generate the Prisma. If you look at the documentation here, in more especially in this, in here, they were generating this using this. So the Prisma was generated like this. So if I just go and try to generate this Prisma here using the, I get the Prisma PG, and then I also get the client. For the client, I don't know why it's not putting the, but let's just use this, and I just let's console.log Prisma. When it fails, we'll also try the setting up with D1, because you can see typically this is actually failing. So we just like try using yeah, I'm just going to try setting up using, because if we create, let me just create a Prisma Postgres application. So I'm just going to query here, and I'm just also going to go ahead and call this one as starter kit. I'm just going to create here, and let's just go ahead and put also this in Frankfurt, create. So just want to go ahead and see that I'm just going to copy this. So this is the Prisma Postgres. Okay. So I'll come back and go in the environmental variables, and I will duplicate this comment 1, and let's change this. I will do the same thing in the dev, also change this, and this is why you can also use the Prisma Accelerate platform. And here is saying the platform is Prisma client. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to use this. So we'll stop the server and just go ahead and delete. I'm just going to go ahead and delete these 2 files, the migrations, and I'm just going to run npx prisma migrate dev --name init. So this should just go ahead and do the migration. So if this fails, we're just going to go with D1, the fact that Prisma also works with D1. But it has been working, so if it fails, we're just going to actually going back to the Prisma 6 instead of Prisma 7, because Prisma 6 was working nicely. So I'm just going to go here, since this happened, npx prisma generate. So that generates. If we go back this side, we just do this. So the Prisma client looks like it was generated. I don't know why I cannot look at the schema or something. Okay, so if you look at this, we actually have them here. So let's go ahead and run Bun, run dev. Okay, so you can see that we still have the same problem. So what I'm just going to do right now, so I'm just going to downgrade Prisma to Prisma 6. So if I just go back to this, we just go to package.json. So if you just go to this package.json, you will see that we have the Prisma that we have here. We have Prisma 6.6, and then I will also get the Prisma client. Actually, the Prisma client is 6.6, and even this one is 6.6. So you can just go ahead and copy Prisma. Go to the package.json. Make sure you are in the server. So let's look for where we have the Prisma. So you can see this. There is even no need of this. I will remove Prisma, this adapter thing. I will remove Prisma client, which is 6.6, and then even this types PG I will remove, and then down here we're just also going to add this Prisma 6. So I'm just going to first revert back to 6. So since we have 6, now I'm just going to go ahead and install. I will also install the you can add the accelerate. If you're using this, you can just go ahead and use accelerate. Which should be just here on the accelerate. Okay, the accelerate is not there. We can just like leave that. We can just run bun install for now. Okay, so just want to go ahead and have this DB now exactly the way it is. I will just add it in the lib. This one I'll replace. I'll replace this. Okay, I'll replace it, and you can see now you're getting it Prisma client edge. Okay, so everything here except accelerate, you can just remove accelerate. I don't know what it was trying to run here. It was running build. Okay. Then the next thing is we have the get Prisma. Then we have the schema here, so we're just going to use this format. Okay, go back and let's go to this. Okay, I'm just going to pin to this workspace to 6. So just go back to 6 to avoid the errors. So we have our Prisma client, we have this Postgres and the database there. So we do not need this config right now. I think that's it, and then we just go back to source where we have handlers, and now here is where we have Prisma is equal to get Prisma, and then we pass in this. We pass in the adapter. We don't need this, so we can just go ahead and again try this. I'm just going to run bun run dev. So now we have a different, because import null types will always be undefined because there is no matching export. So we have a problem with Prisma client. I have a problem with Prisma client in this package.json. I'm not sure if it was also 6, and even the Prisma is also 6, if that is not a mistake. Let's again run bun install. The install didn't run very well. For some reason, it ran the build, and then we had some issues. This thing here, we always, maybe we just go ahead and see. Let's see in the Prisma here, you can see this, and if you just go and see if I remove generated and I go to DB, is getting this from Prisma client edge. I don't know whether Prisma client or Prisma client edge. I don't know what. So I'll just remove this one for now. So here we have generated. Where is this coming from? In the product handlers. Okay, here. I just run again. Okay, so if I go to this, okay, so yeah, message Prisma client did not initialize. Yes, please run Prisma generate. Okay, so if I just run npx Prisma generate, okay, so it says it is generated the v6.1. The one that we have in the is a very different one, but let's just run now bun run dev. And we just come back here, refresh. Yeah, so we have the products, and now just want to look at this, and you can see now we actually have the Prisma instance. I believe you can see the whole Prisma stuff. I have it here. So if I just go ahead and in this product handlers and use now this Prisma to get the products. So if I just use this, let's import this from the schema for now, and let's stop this console and also this one, and I do this. What's going on? Wait, no. Okay, just first getting this, and then okay, so let's just try see the error here. Let me first go API actually and see. This whole console was on, I think, Prisma. So it couldn't even finish. But right now we have an error. Status 500. Okay, so it says on edge runtime, either use Prisma Accelerate or use driver adapters. Okay, so I think here where we import the Prisma, let's try to use Prisma client edge like this. Let's try again. Okay, so even this is not helping. Let's try accelerate. So if I just go ahead and try to install accelerate, set up for accelerate C. Okay, so you say we recommend using the latest version of Prisma for options if your version is below. Okay, so ours is already on 6. You will use below generated API key in your accelerate connection string to authenticate requests. Okay. So this becomes the database URL. Okay. So I just go back here and change this, and also this to this. Okay, and then you have to install this. Just going to install Prisma Accelerate. So we can just copy also the version that we have in this other project. So in this one, we can just go to package.json, and you can look at the accelerate. So this is the accelerate. So I'm just going to add it below here, accelerate, because they're saying you can use this or you can use this. And then generate Prisma client for accelerate. So this is Prisma client from Edge, and then you use with this. So you can just go back to in the DB here. I'm just going to add the accelerate. The Prisma already is coming Prisma client Edge, and then you have just go ahead and after this you add this at accelerate. So we can just go here and add accelerate like that. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and first Bun install. This is going to go ahead and install the accelerate. So accelerate has been installed, and now here we don't have any issues. Okay, so let's just go ahead and run again. Bun run dev. And let's go ahead and run the API. Yeah, so it gives us an empty array and it returns a 200, which means it has worked. Yep, so now also database is working. We can just go ahead and create something. So I'm just going to first pause for a second and then I'll be back. So I'm just going to go ahead and add at least the create part of it, So we can just quickly send some. I'm just going to go in here. So we, in the client side, we already have a route for products create, which is actually having a form. So let me just go back to we had our v0. I don't know, I think I closed it. Let me just go back to this v0 here, which was this. I don't know why it is not. So just go to recent charts and then this one. So I'm just going to share this. You already have this link probably ready. So we just go for the create. So if you just go to products create page, you said there is actually this. Okay, so I'm just going to say for the create form, form, use React query, create the hook in hooks, and send the data. Send the data there. So maybe I just try to see that. But basically this has all this information. We can just like use the React query just to simplify our work for the front end. I'm not going to spend more time. Yes, we still have a lot of things to figure out. Putting in the login, logout, all those things, and also building the front end. I will use also another setup because we need to set up the beta auth. But let's first do the CRUD. After doing this CRUD for create product and it works, the next thing will be adding authentication. After adding the authentication, the system will be done almost, because from what we said here, you can just have the Monorepo, Prisma authentication, because it's going to come with some roles. So just go ahead and add those ones. Then CRUD API, Scalar docs, data tables, and the deployments. So yeah, we're just not doing bad. So let's just go in the create here. So if I just go ahead and copy this, go back, basically you just want to copy the you just simply want to copy the return and the use mutation. So I'm just going to go in here, we'll paste in this. Let's also go ahead and add in the exports on top here. Okay, we just go on top here and let's add this. Okay, let's add some of these components. So the link component is going to be imported from TanStack. Then we're just going to add the TanStack form, then all these, the header, we can just import it, button, label, select. They just go ahead and add in these. So if I go to the client, I'm just going to first stop it. I'll just say bun x dash dash bun, then shard cn at latest add. So just add the select. Then we add the alert. Okay. Then text area, we add label, then we have the input, those are the ones we need right now. Then we'll just also add the TanStack form. Meanwhile, let's just go back and look at this hook. So in the hook, we're just going to go ahead and copy everything and just go back. So we just go to hooks here, use product. I will just go down here. I will add this. Okay. So we have the types. I'm just going to go ahead and see. So these mutation and zod, just add them on top there. So if you just look at the create product, simulate the API, then we have the data created at. So these we do not need to do that, and also this. So we can just go ahead and await. Okay, just going to go ahead and await from here. On the client, we just need to create the post request. Okay, we need to do a post request. So I'm just going to go back to the server. So we can just go ahead on the schema. So we can just say product create schema, and we just need only the we need the name, just like this. Okay. And then you can also generate the type of create, maybe create product, and then here is going to be product create schema, and then we go to the routes. So we can just get a create route. So this is get single, so we can just get a create route. Let me just go to the handlers, actually routes, then just get the create. So we still have this on products. Products method is post, and then create a product, and even description is create new product. So then for this we can just import this JSON, and then here I'm just going to say create product create schema. This is going to be the product create. Then we have this one. If it is success, we just want to create a message. I don't know if this still has the the problem even after we have created it. Create error schema. Of the product create schema. So the data we need is this here, and that's what we will send. Let's just go here and we get the product create route, which comes from create. I will just go to the handlers. Let me just go ahead and get the handlers for create. So down here I'm just going to add that. So create, which is going to be product create route. We get the Prisma and the data. We can check. So here we could generate the slug. We can just get the slug by checking data dot name. We can trim, and then we can just say to lowercase, and then and we can just go ahead and split this on space, and then we join it like this. And we can just say existing product. We just give Prisma dot product where slug like this. And we just say if existing, we are returning that. In this case, we want to check if the product exists. We just want to return the message and dot conflict. Okay, I just want to return the conflict. Otherwise, we're just going to create the product, and then we pass in the name. So we could just go ahead and create the payload, const payload, which is equal to spread the data, and then we add also the slug. And you can just come here and create data, which is going to be equal to payload. And then we return the product. I believe this has because the return does not have if you look at the what we said here, we have created not found. I think for our case we just want this to be conflict. Okay, conflict, and I just want to say that maybe so just going to say maybe product already exists. Okay, then we have this, and then so if you just go back in here, you can see that now we have added the conflict. This is going to be product already exists. Okay, so we have this in here. So this, we should add it in the index. So you can just go here and add, since we fixed this issue, we're just going to say dot create, and even here handlers dot create. Okay, so now this endpoint should be generated on the client. So if we go back this side, more especially here, so you get this dot so it is not, you're going to run the build to generate this because this doesn't have the post yet. So we're just going to see how we are going to generate this. We're just going to go ahead and generate this. For now, let's go ahead and fix these. So the TanStack form, let's go ahead and add Bun, add TanStack form, and then we have TanStack form adapter. I don't know where this one is coming from, whether it is its own package. So it is also TanStack Zod form adapter. So I think this is on its own. So you can just also add this here. Then this one, we're just going to go ahead where we have this. So I'll just get the create product and we have the header, we have the link, and then we have one error which is getting this here, and then the schema So we have this Vite data, which is so if we just go back here, so Vite data is duplicated. Okay, so if you look at how this is done, if you just go to CRUD and you just go to down here to where they have forms, let's see. So that is where they have forms. Let's search. Just go and search form. So there is TanStack form actually done. When you search form, there is TanStack form here. I'm just going to give this an example in here. Use this example to update the create form. I will use this. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and run so that we can just get this here, the post. So we can just go to the server and I can shut down, run the build. You can just run the build, and this is going to run the build. Okay, then after we can just run dev. So if we go here, I think we need to add it. Let me first go back. This route is not yet registered. I believe it is registered. If we go to, if we just go to Scalar, so if we just go to Scalar, you said we have the create product. Okay. Just going to go ahead and test, and you can just see that we have here this name. I'm just going to say test product description test price, and then the image. So I can find any image of a laptop. And let's go back to here. That's too much. Just go to Jumia and let's go here and just say copy image address. Okay, and then the category, we can just say electronics, stock 10, price 150, and we should be able to create using this data. And you can see that we get vote name, which is supposed to be the product. So if we just go back to the let's go back to the handler here. We generate the slug, find unique, product already exists, payload. So here we just say product created, and even here creating product. Okay, and even here if it's create product. Okay, yeah, so this is good. So if we just go back to now API products and send this, and now we have one product. Okay, we have one product. This should just be able to generate the client in this site. Let's first work on the form again. So hoping that now the form is good. I'm just going to go ahead and still copy these. Let's go to the create page and just going to add these. And then also we just add some of other things here. The only thing I'm just going to leave out is going to be here. So let's add in all these other ones. So we have now new input groups. We already have the header imported. We just also have the Sona, and we can also remove the link. So I'm just going to go here, import the link from, and then change this to okay. I don't know if create route is, let's get create route. So let's add some components in the client. I'm just going to go ahead and start with field. And then the input group, input group. And then just going to sort add the Sona. I think those are the ones, so I'm just going to add this. So meanwhile, you have to go ahead and add this in the, I think it is in the root. So we can just like add Sona, the toaster in here. Toaster. Okay, let's just the installation first finishes. I'm just waiting for the installation. We don't want to overwrite the button, so I'm just going to go here and I say toaster, and just going to say rich colors. Okay, so if you just go back to the create index, we don't have any errors. You just get the use create, and then we are sending these all these data here. So I just want to go to the use create here, create mutation, and then we have create product, which is an async. So this one is then supposed to send the data, but for some reason we don't have the post. We don't have the post on the client. It's supposed to have dollar post, and then I'm not sure if you're supposed to pass in the data in here like this. And then here we just going to return the result. Okay, so the post, I'm just going to go to the, we can start the client again. The server is what I'm not understanding here, so I'm just going to go ahead and restart. And just run the build. And at this point is supposed to have to generate the post. I don't know why it is not showing the post. Because already that endpoint is connected to the, we can just delete this one, by the way. I'm not sure why. This route here, we already have this product, but the client is not. So might just end up neglecting the client and entirely go ahead and use the API. So I'm just going to go ahead and use the API. Let me go to so in this client, I'm just going to instead export the server, and you can leave the client if you want to use it in the future, but now I'm just going to use the server URL. When you just go back here, I'm just going to say use I'm just going to use a fetch. So you can just go here and I say cloud. Can you use, okay, I'm just going to first give it, say, can you modify this file from using client to using fetch API, and the the URL. So I'm just going to paste this, and you can import server URL from lib client. Just going to go ahead and change all these ones into using fetch. So at this point I'm starting to get tired. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, just going to use products. So you can just like go ahead and duplicate this, which is using the client. For us, we're just going to go ahead and use the fetch for purposes of moving fast. Okay, so you just go ahead this one, server URL products, if no response, and then we return the data by ID, the same thing. And then now we have the create, get the data, and then method post content type, and then if the response, yeah. So here we are good. I'm just going to leave this for purposes of you can go ahead and remove this, or even comment all of it. Okay, that's good. So that means we can run the client. So I hope the client is running, which is good. So let's go back here. Okay, so if we just go back to home and now view products, so this is the product that we created via the API. So you can just click create, add product. Let's go ahead and just change this in the header. So if you go in the header, add a link where we had this add product / create. So now create, okay, product form data does not exist. Let's go back to client, and we are going to create index. Let's look at what is causing the problem. The request use products.ts does not provide an export product form data. So let's go ahead and look at product form data. So where are we getting this? Here. I'm wondering what's the problem, because let me just first cancel this. You can see like the properly we have the product form data. I don't know why, for some reason why it is behaving like that. And moreover, we don't have any error on this page. Let's just go in the inspector console. Use product does not provide an export named product. What do you mean that does not provide an export? And the export is here. I don't know if this is just like TypeScript fading to, because this doesn't make sense. And you can just change this to product create. And then in here, we just use the product create. Maybe I could restart this. I don't know. What's the problem right now? It's saying that the source hook does not provide an export named. I don't know what this is. Let me just first try to debug this. So we can just go ahead and bring this some other place. Let me just go in lib, maybe types, out of maybe frustration. Or even let me just go back. Out of frustration, we can just go ahead and bring these, cut them, and let them take them to the form. Okay, let me just add them on top here, and let's bring, we can just import from Zod, like so. And since we're exporting this, we can just go ahead and use it in here. Okay, and you can just go ahead and now see the form. Okay, finally we can see the form. I'm just going to go ahead and this time get a product here. Let's just say we go back to appliances, and we're just going to go ahead and add in this. Let's start with the image. So we can paste the image here, then the title, and then the description, and then price, stock, I just say stock 130, category electronics, and create. So product created here. I'm not sure if these are coming from the backend or they're just like, if you just go to create index and you look at toast, and the pre is on success of what has been sent. Okay, so let's go ahead, go back to products, and we have this product here right now. So just go ahead and work on this because we did not do that on the back end. So if we just go back to the in here to where we have get one, get single product, we need now to get the Prisma. Okay, after getting Prisma, then this is going to be product, await Prisma dot product dot find unique or find first where ID, like so. So this changes a little bit because the product that we have is having more data, but we can just say also this you can just say as product for now. And now if I refresh this, it gives me the here this. So far so good. The progress, I like it. We have the CRUD functionality working. So what we need right now is starting adding the authentication. But before that, I'm just going to go ahead and push this. So before I push that, I don't know if Wrangler here we read the dev.vars and goes ahead and adds them. Otherwise, in the Wrangler here is where you're supposed to put your vars. Let's just first ask here on cloud. I'm just going to say if I am using vars, if I'm using Cloudflare, and I add my variables in .dev.vars, when I deploy with Wrangler deploy, we did add the vars. Because I've been using GitHub, no vars will not be automatically added when you deploy. So that is only for local development. So how to add these, you have to go ahead and add them, or you can just go ahead and add them here. Use this for non-secret. So it is saying that after adding your variables to dashboard or CLI, you can now, okay, so maybe we just add them using CLI because I don't want to go to the dashboard. So you can add multiple variables from a file. Wrangler set bark. You can just even use the bark. I don't know how do we set the path. So here we can just add this. But here I'm seeing here that you can add vars. I don't know. So let me just say vars, and then you can just go ahead. Let's get this. The most important one is the database URL. So I'm just going to go ahead and add it here. Okay, so I think that's the one that I want to use right now. I'm just going to go ahead and first deploy this and test it in production. So I will go to here, and let's first of all add this to GitHub. So here I'm just going to say we have added Prisma and PostgreSDB. And then after that, I'm just going to go ahead and so by the way, does that mean that it adds this Wrangler JC to GitHub? Because that would be not a good idea. Let me first go to GitHub and I check that. Just go in this and let's go to the server. Yeah, and Wrangler is here, so we cannot add it from basically we cannot just add it from here. So I'm just going to cut this because this is a typically secret, so you don't want to add it from here. So let's just set using Wrangler set here. So you say Wrangler secret put and then the variable name. Wrangler secret put variable name. This one would be the nice one. Wrangler secret bulk. How do we add that? So if I go to the server, let me stop this. So you just say Wrangler secret secret bulk, and then we put the path to the oh, it has to be secrets.json. Okay, at this point I accept that. I'm just going to go to the dashboard, so let me just go to I'm just going to go to Cloudflare, and I'm just going to go ahead and add in the so we just go here where we have workers, and maybe we look at the one that we have just added. So the one that we have just added is this one, the server. And you can just go to settings, and then we can just configure the variables. So you just simply go to in here, so you can copy everything, Ctrl+C, and then you just simply Ctrl+V. This will go ahead and so here you can just add this to production. The port, I don't know if we just need the we need the port. For the port, let's just remove it. The log level, I'm just going to leave it to debug. The most important one is this one. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and create save. So I've just added these 3 ones. So I'm just going to go here and run let's first run the Bun run build. So if this runs everything correctly, then we can just go ahead run Bun. We also edited the, I would want first here to go ahead and push this again. So I'm just going to go to the server and run deploy wrangler. We're just going to run Bun. We can just deploy it from here, like Bun run deploy. We're just running it from outside here, like Bun run deploy server, like this. So what I don't know, if this deploys, does it reset? The local configuration being used here differs from the remote configuration set via the Cloudflare dashboard. Deploying the worker will override the configuration with the local one. Okay, let's go and say yes. We'll override the remote configuration with the local one, so we don't need to. So long as we have dev.vars and you deploy, it actually adds them. So that is good. So if you just go back and you refresh here, and go to settings, so it doesn't seem to have added the, it doesn't seem to have added the bindings. Sorry, it has just overwritten them. They are no longer there, the secrets. How do we persist this? This should just be in our wrangler here. Let's go ahead and look at somewhere to persist. Let me just ask, how do you I don't want wrangler to override the variables set in the dashboard when I deploy. It should give us like something to persist the, to not to override them. So remove vars from the wrangler. Don't specify vars, they will come from the dashboard. Suppose I was supposed to set something. This file is only used by wrangler dev. So if I just go back and still check, I'm just going to go ahead and check the deployed versions. This one was, I think we changed this at some point. View products. Okay, so they means that we need to go back and set these variables. So I'm just going to go back to dev.vars, copy everything, and let's go back to here. Let's add the secret. So settings, and let's go ahead and add just going to remove the port. And I'm just going to deploy right now. And I'm just going to go to here. Let me remove the port, and also in the env here you can go ahead and remove the port. So we have 3 variables only. So this, we can just go back to the deployments, and I think it has added them. Added variable this, and let's go back to the front end here. So this it is saying that the link, the project doesn't seem to be existing. What are you talking about? Okay, so if we just go back in here, the core policy has blocked the okay, so I think we need to add, but we actually added this in the core policy, didn't we? Let's go ahead and check. If we just go back to the middleware where we have this create app, we actually have this app here. That is the same B client. We have this app. I don't know why. Let me see. I'm just going to go ahead and add a star like this, and let me just go ahead and deploy again. If I just go back here, What are they talking about? Okay, so right now it is saying that workers. Oh, actually, this it is true. It is not found. Like slash products. Let's see in our code. I thought already we have here where we had the client. We already have slash API, so server URL should have already API. Let's go back here. Options, edit. If we just check on this, it has actually like slash API Vite server URL. I don't know why it is making an endpoint to let's see if you go to hooks. So server URL is supposed to be slash API, so to be slash API products. Even this one, is it not reading server URL or? Let's go into the deployments. Oh, so we have the deployments which actually failed. Okay, so we have here the client things didn't. I'm just going to go to the front or the client. Let's stop the server and this ban run build. Okay, so here everything build is okay. So what's the problem? So if we just go ahead and look at the problem, I know how to run this double build here. So you can see like here it is saying error TSC cannot find module pin or pretty or its corresponding. maybe one thing that we can also do is if you look at the post install script in the package.json, we'll just like add this. So here we have the post install script, and listen now, even if we add it and for the build, you can see we have this. I'm just going to go ahead and modify this build script. Okay. Oh, I'm just going to push on GitHub. So finally we have the build has successfully gone through. So I've removed some things since we are not using the client. So in the client.ts, you see that I don't have any client. I've removed the client, which was causing some error. So I just went ahead and removed that. And also another one was the I changed in the package.json. I added this the Pino pretty, it was not there, so I added this and ran bun install. So you can just look at my package.json and see if you have something that is missing here. Go ahead and add it, more especially these three, the Pino, then Pino pretty, and Hono Pino. So right now I just want to go ahead and test this. So we just have the products that were not working. So let me just go back to products. So just click on view products. So we are getting a 500 on API products. So I just want to go and first of all check. Might have deployed again. I'm just going to go here. Okay, so the secrets, I don't know, the secrets are not there. Let me just go ahead and again add the secrets. Just going to go add secrets, and I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to go ahead and deploy. Okay, so we can just go ahead and visit this. I will just go view the documentation, and let's go ahead and fetch some products. Okay, so you can see the two products. So if I just go back in here, you can see that everything is working. Okay, you can just click on the detailed page, and we have the detailed page, which is really nice. Okay, so right now what we need to do is I would want to add the authentication, but I'm feeling extremely exhausted right now. So I'm thinking if we can add this in maybe the in the second episode, where we can just add this. I don't know. I just feel like I will just do this in the second episode. Is where we could just go ahead and add. Let's just first go ahead and test this out. So if I just use a fake filler, we'll just go ahead and create a single product here. So let me just go ahead and put some image. Can just go down here and add this bug. We just go here, a school backpack bug, and you can just leave this at the image, and then you can just also go down here and we can just get the description. Okay, let's create. Okay, so this is good, and now we can just go back to the products, and we have our bug here, and everything is looking nice. Okay, so in the next episode is where we're just going to go ahead and customize everything. Okay, thank you for watching this episode as we are building our starter kit. It's been about 8 hours. But thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.